Rules Committee will come to order. Many roads, bridges, and highways in America today are at a dangerous point of disrepair. The most recent report by the American Society of Civil Engineers graded infrastructure in the United States at a D+. This is a national emergency. If our roads or bridges aren't safe, then the countless numbers of commuters who rely on them every day aren't safe either. I've got bridges in my district that are old enough to qualify for Medicare. Others are older than some states. There are infrastructure challenges all across the country. We've been waiting for a real plan from this administration to deal with since day one. It's time to act. That's why today we're considering H.R. 2, the Moving Forward Act. This bill would revitalize America's existing infrastructure and fund new projects that get people back to work, something that's badly needed when you look at the latest job numbers. It achieves this while improving the safety of our communities and protecting our environment at the same time. It is a win-win. This bill also triples funding for Amtrak and invests in schools, housing, broadband, drinking water, and healthcare and infrastructure. And it will finally address some of the long-standing disparities in neighborhoods across the country that, quite frankly, have been left behind too many times. H.R. 2 is all about creating jobs today, but it's also about investing in our future and laying the foundation for economic growth in all our districts for decades to come. Before I turn to our witnesses, let me first turn to our ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any comments he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our hearing today is on H.R. 2, which started out as the majority's attempt to reauthorize the highway bill, but has since morphed into the Speaker's $1.5 trillion infrastructure wish list. In the past, the surface transportation bill has always been a bipartisan endeavor. Safety Lou in 2005, MAP 21 in 2012, and the FAST Act in 2015 were all bipartisan bills that reauthorized highway programs, allocated money to other surface transportation priorities, and ensured that the Highway Trust Fund would remain solvent. But today, the majority is moving forward with a partisan and deeply flawed bill. In the surface transportation reauthorization piece of the bill that was reported out of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee last week, while critical and necessary highway construction programs are reauthorized, the majority has made sure that these programs will be smothered in red tape and has made sure that every infrastructure program is actually now a climate change program. New grant programs and new mandates are added that will siphon off funding from places it really needs to go. New environmental mandates derived from the Green New Deal will snarl construction projects at every turn. And a focus on mass transit means that rural and suburban districts, exactly like the one I represent, will be forced to spend surface transportation dollars in inefficient ways instead of on road repairs and road constructions like we so desperately need. To make matters worse, the bill doesn't even ensure the Highway Trust Fund remains solvent. It just transfers funds into it from the general tax revenue. And once this bill was reported out of committee, it morphed from a partisan highway bill reauthorization to a massive $1.5 trillion Democratic wish list. The majority tacked on all sorts of things that are not normally found in the surface transportation bill. $9 billion for a new broadband internet benefit program and $80 billion to build broadband infrastructure. $200 million for solar installations, billions of dollars for hospital construction, $1 billion for abandoned mines, a tax credit for people who buy electric cars. I could go on and on and on. Mr. Chairman, some of these may be good or even worthy ideas for consideration, but tacking on a wish list like this is not the way to achieve bipartisan consensus on the highway bill. This is an enormously expensive list of projects without any basis in reality or even any indication that this covers what our national infrastructure needs actually are. And I'd remind this committee that this bill is ultimately going nowhere. It will not be passed by the Senate, and the president will not sign it. I think there's a much better way to do this. Republicans stand ready to work hand in hand with the majority on real bipartisan solutions. Maybe we will ultimately get there in the coming weeks, but I'm confident that the bill before us is not the way to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and for his opening statement. I would just point out for the record that that this bill comes in, I think, $500 billion less than what the president said at one point he wanted. You know, I would like to think the president might have no problem signing this, but then again, who knows where he is on a given day. But I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony in HR 2, the Moving Forward Act. Chairman DeFazio of Oregon, Chairman Neal of Massachusetts, Mr. Davis of Illinois, and Mr. Estes of Kansas. We are delighted that you're here. Without objection, any written materials you submit to rulesdocuments@mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will be entered into the record. I now recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Chairman DeFazio.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I will summarize, as you said, my full testimony will be in the record. You know, a year ago, last March, we went down to the White House, met with the president, and he bid us up to $2 trillion for infrastructure, which we could productively spend. Nancy was saying 1 to 1.3, and he said, no, 1.9. They said, no, 2 sounds better. So it was $2 trillion. Then we talked about, just listening to some of the criticism from your ranking member, what was included in infrastructure. And it was roads, bridges, transit, rail, wastewater, drinking water, and yes, broadband. That was the package the president agreed to. Of course, when we came back to talk about funding, he walked out. In fact, the president's last 2 budgets actually cut funding for transportation. So we've had multiple transportation weeks under this administration, lots of empty promises, big numbers, but their only actual legislative proposals have been to reduce funding for transportation. The system's falling apart. You know, we have 47,000 bridges on the national highway system that need substantial repair or replacement. 40% of the national highway system is deteriorated to the point where it has to be rebuilt, not just overlaid like Obama did. And we also have $106 billion to bring up transit to a state of good repair, let alone provide new transit options. The good news is that all of these things, when we make these investments, will produce one heck of a lot of American jobs, because we have the strongest Buy America requirements of any part of the federal government, much stronger than the Pentagon. The Pentagon ought to think about that in terms of national security. And we're going to close the last few remaining loopholes that the Chinese are trying to drive through with some rail cars and transit. And that being said, we also have strong labor protections. These will be living wage jobs, and we're going to need a lot of jobs. This is the recovery package coming out of this pandemic. A lot of jobs aren't coming back. We are going to need those jobs. Now, I hear complaints that it's not bipartisan because it deals with climate change. Yep, you're right. I think everybody on my side of the aisle, maybe not, there might be someone, I don't know, believes that climate change is an incredible threat, and we need to reduce fossil fuel pollution. Even John Barrasso from Wyoming, big gas state, even he included fossil fuel reduction provisions in his bill. Now, they were standalone provisions, isolated. They could be easily cut out. Our bill is written in a way that they are integrated, as I heard the ranking member complain. He's right. They are. They're integrated throughout the bill in terms of our goals and our objectives, but they are achievable, and they will create, as I said, lots of jobs. As we rebuild the system, we have to rebuild it resistant to severe weather events. Whether or not you believe in climate change, you know, I do find that on the other side of the aisle, they will say, yeah, we probably ought to deal with ocean rise, but we don't know why it's rising. You know, we probably ought to deal with these unbelievable storm events, even though we don't know why they're happening, and more frequent and more severe hurricanes. So as we rebuild the system, we rebuild it more resilient. There are also our new materials. We can reduce carbon pollution from concrete with no change in the kilns by 50%. by merely changing the mix that goes in, a mix that's been used in Europe for decades. It's actually more durable. We are going to incentivize states to reduce their carbon pollution as they rebuild the infrastructure. And the asphalt industry has also made progress in terms of reducing its footprint. So we're going to encourage that. We're also going to restore robust programs for pedestrian and cycling, which were wiped out in the last two Republican bills. Or, well, they wiped out the programs they're named for and safe routes to schools. They hated that. But we're bringing it back in a robust way because we're seeing a heck of a lot of people resorting to that sort of transportation now. And more people want to do that, and they want to do it safely. And cycling, pedestrian deaths are up. So safety is another big aspect woven into this bill in all modes. We're looking at complete streets. Again, in response to the ranking member, we are not ignoring rural America. I represent a huge district, the 40th largest in Congress. The majority of my district is rural, small cities. And we are going to do new investments with programs targeted to rural America in this bill. He must not have read the bill. I realize it's rather long. We even have a new, very large program for off National Highway System bridges in states, in rural areas. Those are in rural areas. And majority of the other 47,000 that need to be replaced are in rural areas too. So we are not ignoring the needs of rural America. There's some new transit made available. I have some very small cities that want to access transit funds, and certainly the suburban areas need better access. We also are going to deal with issues that relate to minorities in terms of the disadvantaged business enterprises, in terms of funding that will provide more transit access to job centers for people who are now isolated from it. I hear from my colleagues, even in the LA basin, who say, I represent this district. My people are service workers. They can't get to downtown LA without changing buses 5 times. They need better options in those areas. All this will reduce congestion, pollution, and those are all good things. And then also it does include the first reauthorization of the SRF wastewater fund since 1987. The federal government used to be a great partner with our communities in terms of wastewater investments. We're going to get back into doing that. There are a lot of people now, a lot of utilities are experiencing very high delinquency rates because of the COVID crisis. Some of them are shutting off the water and the sewer, and some of them aren't. Then that means they have to eat it. We tried in the CARES Act to get some money to help people with their bills. The Republicans objected. This bill will help communities to build out their systems, build them out in a way that's affordable for their citizens. It does include drinking water from the Energy and Commerce Committee. It also will finally, it invests in rail. The Northeast Corridor is a mess. And when the tunnel under Baltimore or the Portal Bridge or the tunnels under the Hudson fail, that's going to be a 30% impact on the economy of the United States. It's stupid not to build those projects. I'm pleased to see the Trump administration finally released money for the Portal Bridge. Still nothing for the tunnels under the Hudson. And on the Baltimore tunnel, it's a beautiful tunnel built in 1872, but it's not going to last much longer. But also the national routes for Amtrak, new power for Amtrak, and investments in high-speed and higher-speed rail. And then finally, harbors. We have been collecting a tax from the American people since Ronald Reagan created the program to fund the dredging and the maintenance of our harbors, and the jetties and other work. Congress, in its infinite wisdom, has been diverting part of those funds every year since Ronald Reagan. There's $9.3 billion sitting in the Treasury. And when I raised this issue in front of the president, he got very excited. He said, $10 billion to spend and no new taxes. I said, that's right, Mr. President. He turned to Kudlow and said, Kudlow, fix that. Well, it hasn't been fixed yet. Got a partial fix in the CARES Act. This bill will finally access that $9.3 billion to make needed investments in our harbors. And again, create more jobs. That's a brief summary of my portions of the bill. I cannot really address the other portions of the bill. That would be up to other committee chairs.
Thank you very much. Chairman Neal.
Chairman, this is a good piece of work, good legislation. It harkens back to a time as well when we were reminded that the easiest thing to do in Congress was an infrastructure bill, always done with input from both sides. I've been in regular communication with Secretary Mnuchin on this proposal. But remember in 1956, the transformative work of President Eisenhower, Lyndon Johnson, the leader in the Senate, and Sam Rayburn, the Speaker in the House. And it did, in fact, transform America's transportation system. So we intend to use tools that are available in the tax code to provide state and local governments with the means to finance long-needed infrastructure projects on a historic scale. We have revamped tax subsidies for renewable energy and efficiency, pumping an additional $150 billion of support into those industries over the next 5 years. We restore the extremely successful Build America Bonds program, or BABS, as you know. In 2009, it generated $180 billion worth of crucial infrastructure investment. We restore tax-exempt financing, refunding bonds, a crucial tool that Republicans cut out in their Tax Reform Act in December of 2017. We will ensure that municipalities can take advantage of low interest rates right now. We increased the volume cap on private activity bonds, enabling state and local governments to engage in more public-private partnerships to meet their infrastructure needs. For many of those new partnerships, we require that projects adhere to Davis-Bacon prevailing wage requirements, assuring that taxpayer-subsidized investments continue to create good-paying jobs for those doing the work. We also make the successful New Markets Tax Credit Program permanent and increase the allocation. This credit is a proven mechanism for funding community development projects in areas that might not otherwise attract investors. We've added provisions that significantly enhance tribal communities' abilities to issue tax-exempt debt and improve their ability to take advantage of programs like the New Markets Tax Credit Program. This bill meaningfully enhances the rehabilitation credit, encouraging even more development of otherwise outdated infrastructure, and we've added rules to make it much easier for public schools and other tax-exempt organizations to take advantage of these incentives. To make sure that the COVID crisis does not reduce the supply of housing, we make significant investments in the low-income housing tax credit, not the least of which is a 50% increase in state allocations, in addition to other programs to rehabilitate old housing stock. This package helps our economy and workers recover from the COVID recession, and the Ways and Means Committee makes sure to contribute measures to this legislation that tackles the climate crisis. We've included a historic investment aimed at reducing our nation's carbon emissions to meet formally the Paris Agreement climate goals. We extend and expand the federal tax incentives promoting investment in clean energy technologies, including wind, solar, geothermal, fuel cells, and other renewable fuels. We increase federal support for energy efficient homes and commercial buildings. We increase credits for manufacturers selling electric vehicles, including for the first time credits for electric buses and electric vehicles simultaneously, making it easier for Americans of any income group to take steps toward reducing their carbon footprint. To complement those credits, we've included tax incentives for developing electric vehicle charging infrastructure to ensure that we green the fleet. We have the capacity to support the additional vehicles that would then require electricity. On a personal note, and I know Mr. McGovern will be happy with this as well, there's $19 billion that's authorized here for rail. One of my long-held beliefs is that enhancing rail transportation from Boston to Springfield to Worcester and on to Pittsfield would be a transformative event in Massachusetts. That is one of our priorities. And to ensure that these new projects create great high-paying jobs for hardworking Americans that need them, we include a separate credit that rewards renewable energy projects that engage in responsible labor practices that prioritize workers' rights. Let me also point out that we recognize the toll of climate change and how it disproportionately affects Black Americans and other marginalized communities. We've included federal support for the development of environmental justice programs led by the nation's many high-quality historically Black colleges and universities and other minority-serving institutions. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Cole, we have a unique opportunity here to make strategic investments in our communities, upgrade efficiencies to increase productivity and enhance the quality of life for all Americans let's seize the moment while we have the chance. Thanks for your attention to these issues.
Thank you very much, Chairman Neal, and you're right that I am very pleased with the revolutionary investments in passenger rail expansion, which obviously would help the Massachusetts economy, but quite frankly, it would help economies all over this country. I'm now happy to yield to Mr. Davis of Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the Rules Committee. Today, for the first time since I've been in Congress, I come before you to say that I will very likely vote against the surface bill and to let this committee know what a stark departure that is for me and many others on our side of the aisle. Mr. Chair, I know that as a former member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, you understand how important our committee's work is. You know it's vital that we pass a long-term surface transportation bill to provide states and local communities the certainty to plan and to undertake projects. And you know how damaging it is every time Congress passes an extension or, as it has been in the past, a series of extensions. Chairman McGovern, you also know that these bills usually come to the Rules Committee as bipartisan products. But I'm afraid that given how this bill was hijacked by the Speaker's partisan agenda, we are being set up for temporary extensions instead of legislating. And we will hand Americans and our states more uncertainty during already difficult times. Let me start by clarifying a big misconception regarding this bill and climate. I know that many Democrats want to address climate issues and that your party thinks Republican members are unwilling to join you in addressing those goals. However, as we made clear at markup, and I've made clear in many personal conversations with members on the other side of the aisle, and I will make again clear today, we all care about the environment and resiliency. And we all understand that in order to get bipartisan agreement, we must include priorities from both sides of the aisle. Sadly, I don't think that's what the Speaker wanted. Now to discuss H.R. 2, how it originated and how it's changed. In committee, we marked up the Invest in America Act. It's amazing that in a little over a week, Democrats tripled the cost of the bill, airdropped provisions that so many committees never considered, and changed its name. If we'd been able to keep this bill limited to surface transportation and free from the majority's larger partisan agenda, I think we could have gotten the job done. One truly disheartening example of how partisan this bill is that it even has undone bipartisan agreements from the Transportation Committee we'd made on other legislation. We passed a bipartisan Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund bill in October that got swallowed up by H.R. 2. And the $14 billion authorization level we agreed to in committee exploded to an unrealistic $40 billion. Our SRF bill also had a key flexibility provision removed when it got put into H.R. 2. And now my colleague, Mr. Garamendi, the lead Democrat who worked on this bipartisan agreement, has offered his own amendment to reincorporate this lost provision. I'm supportive of that amendment. This was an important and bipartisan piece of legislation, and it never should have been revised to serve purely partisan messaging. This is an example of how today's bill was not only developed in a partisan vacuum, but it has also unraveled proposals that were once bipartisan. That said, H.R. 2 will likely pass the House, but that will be the end of the road, just like the HEROES Act. While America is dealing with a true crisis, we are considering a massive piece of legislation that is nothing more than a messaging exercise that won't do a single thing to improve America's infrastructure because it can't get signed into law. There are several reasons for that. First, the bill is simply too heavy-handed in applying the Green New Deal mandates throughout surface programs, with 2 out of every $5 impacted. Second, as someone who sees the urban and rural divide acutely in my district, this bill does nothing to mitigate those disparities. It shows a clear preference for programs and policies that benefit urban areas over rural areas, and it directs the largest funding increases to those programs that benefit urban centers. This bill restricts building new roads, which further hurts small communities looking to grow. It also limits state and local flexibility to make decisions that best fit their own needs. H.R. 2 also fails to provide any of the common sense streamlining reforms that transportation workers are crying out for. For example, I introduced a bill and have filed it as an amendment that codifies the one federal decision executive order set reasonable goals for project review times and paperwork. This is a widely supported reform that was unanimously approved by the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee as part of their bipartisan surface transportation reauthorization. Again, we could find bipartisan solutions, but the majority would rather pay lip service to the Green New Deal than rebuild our infrastructure for the American people. Finally, as I mentioned, this bill tripled in size the last week and would be a terribly irresponsible use of our taxpayer dollars. I'm not sure how Democrats thought the right direction was to saddle Americans with 1.5 trillion in debt, ignore the highway trust fund's inevitable insolvency, and then ask Republicans to help come up with a way to pay for their bill. As just a $500 billion highway bill, HR 2 was already a massive partisan wish list. This new version is a completely unserious proposal. I want to conclude this testimony by noting that there's been so much uncertainty and unpredictability created by the COVID-19 pandemic. What our transportation programs, stakeholders, and workers need right now is some predictability. This partisan bill created by an entirely partisan process denies them of that. And Mr. Chair, if you would allow me to offer some short testimony on the amendments that I've also supported in rules and then also have offered, I would like to do so now at this time. You good? I think you're still on mute.
I'm trying to, okay, good, go.
Thank you, sir. I promise I'll be short. Thanks again to everybody here. I do want to thank Chairman DeFazio for working with me to include in the manager's amendment language related to marijuana and THC level impairment research. Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. While I hope that we can eventually come to an agreement on language to create an objective standard for determining impairment, this language marks a step in the right direction by allowing us to get a better sense of federal legislative and regulatory barriers to marijuana research. My First Amendment actually talks about the one federal decision executive order that I just mentioned in my testimony. I already outlined what that was, so I will not go into much more detail. My Second Amendment doubles the private activity bond cap from 15 billion to 30 billion. While HR 2 gives a modest increase to 18.75 billion, it's not nearly enough. And as was stated in Chairman Neal's opening remarks, this is something that has bipartisan support to allow our communities to take advantage of historic low interest rates. It is my understanding that some of my Democratic colleagues asked for a doubling of the cap, so hopefully there's room to improve this amount as the bill goes to the House floor. My Third Amendment allows the Calhoun Ferry Company in my district to use existing ferry boat programs to and its funding to provide repairs for an approach road leased to the company by the Army Corps of Engineers. The approach road is in dire need of repairs as it often floods, impacting the service provided by the ferry company. This amendment lifts the prohibition on use of funds for such repairs so that my constituents can utilize this vital service. Finally, I want to note my support for two amendments I've co-sponsored, one from Mr. Lowenthal and another from Mr. Norcross. Mr. Lowenthal's amendment requires the Secretary of Transportation to release a standard requiring all new commercial motor vehicles be equipped with the Universal Vehicle Identifier. This amendment is targeted so that the identifier will only transmit information identifying the vehicle and ensures it will not be cost prohibitive for operators. As this will speed up roadside inspections, such an identifier will allow our motor vehicle operators to return to service in a more efficient and timely manner. Mr. Norcross's amendment is a pro-labor amendment that requires contractors receiving certain federal funding to make a good faith effort to meet or exceed the apprenticeship employment goal for the project. This amendment supports our building trades unions and their apprenticeship programs that lead to so many great paying jobs for many of my constituents. With that, I ask you, Mr. Chair, the ranking member, and the committee members to support these three amendments and the two that I've co-sponsored. And I thank you again, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when our government locked down the economy to fend off the spread of the coronavirus, it was meant to be temporary. But to ensure the economic impact's not permanent, we need to make meaningful headway on economic growth, and that means making an effort in a bipartisan way. We had success in the CARES Act. which passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. We kept Americans employed and small businesses alive with the Paycheck Protection Program, ensuring that job losses would be temporary. Sadly, it seems Democrats can't stick with this bipartisan approach. They wrote a totally partisan bill which would construct just one highway, a highway to the Green New Deal. When the Green New Deal was first proposed, we knew it would be a job killer. But Democrats are proposing a job killer now in the midst of a recession and a global pandemic. It's time to get Americans back to work rather than push Green New Deal tax policies that pick winners and losers by offering federal tax subsidies for energy industries and wealthy individuals. Why, during a global pandemic, would we take this moment to offer billions in dollars of additional electric vehicle tax credits for wealthy individuals buying expensive electric vehicles with no safeguards to prevent abuse? Why do we need to create a new credit for the purchase of used electric vehicles, again, with no safeguards to prevent abuse? At a time when we're realizing the importance of unleashing medical innovation and strengthening our local businesses, Democrats in this bill are proposing extending and expanding special tax credits for energy companies that have come to depend on federal support rather than strengthening their own foothold among consumers. Why is it necessary for the federal government to provide cash refunds for special energy tax credits when taxpayers do not have enough tax liability to use the credits? Why should the federal government provide $5 billion in tax credits to colleges and universities to offer environmental justice programs? Wichita, Kansas is one of America's foremost producers of energy. Hardworking Kansans who power our homes, businesses, and transportation say no thanks to a proposal that appears to come straight out of the playbook of Joe Biden and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Highways have always been about bringing Americans together rather than splitting Americans apart. This bill's got nothing to do with national priorities and everything to do with advancing political campaign priorities in this election year. We can do better. We should do better. We must work together, and we should advance a bill that helps get Americans back to work rather than extracts more money from American workers and businesses and gives it to Washington. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's testimony. Let me just say that, look, I think this is an important bill. I think it's a well-written bill, and I wish it were bipartisan. I wish more of my Republican colleagues would join with us. But I think I'm learning on this issue, and quite frankly, on a lot of other important issues, that we don't seem to share the same values. We have some members of this House on the Republican side who don't believe we have a climate crisis. Where is the ability to compromise with people who don't think that this is a reality? And yet, my friends say, well, we should have a bill that incorporates more Republican values. Look, we have to tackle these issues. My friends were in charge for 2 years under this administration and really didn't do anything. We're now coming up with a major infrastructure bill that I think will not only help with a lot of the issues that we all say we care about, but will help transform this economy in the aftermath of this terrible pandemic. And you want to know what's a job killer? This pandemic is a job killer, which makes it even more frustrating that we have a president who doesn't want to listen to the best medical advice and can't even bring himself to say the word mask. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that, I represent a district that is urban, suburban, and rural. And there are things in this bill that will be a benefit to all parts of my district. And as Mr. Neal pointed out, the investments in rail infrastructure, I think are incredibly important, not just in Massachusetts, by the way, but all over this country. In any event, I want to commend Mr. DeFazio for his leadership on this, and Mr. Neal and others who support it. And again, and by the way, if the Senate doesn't like the bill, they can pass their own, and we can go to a conference committee and work out the differences. Same goes with the HEROES Act as well. Yeah, the notion that Mitch McConnell hasn't done anything after we passed the HEROES Act on, I think, May 15th, when our cities and towns are in desperate need of help so they don't cut essential services. and is appalling to me. But in any event, thank you for your testimony. I now yield to my ranking member, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just point out for the record that Mr. McConnell actually crafted a bill that passed. It was actually called, the CARES Act. That actually began in the Senate, and they succeeded because they actually involved Democrats, both in the Senate and frankly across the rotunda. Maybe
Well, would the gentleman yield?
that I certainly yield to the chairman.
Yeah, I would just simply say that, yeah, he did take the initiative on the CARES Act, which, in our opinion, was too stilted toward corporate interest and gigantic companies. It was the House input that actually brought it down so that it actually helped a lot more working people. I'm just simply saying that there's an example where, we both chambers passed a bill and we worked out the differences in conference. And so rather than do nothing, please use your influence to tell Mr. McConnell to do something and we can see you in conference.
Well, actually, he involved Democrats from the beginning of the bill, unlike what's in front of us today. They worked on it together across partisan lines in the Senate, then they worked on it with us. That's not what we're seeing here, Mr. Chairman. Let me go to my questions, though. Mr. Davis, you've been around not a long time as a member, but a fair amount of time, and a long time as a staffer. Most of the time, in your experience, transportation bills passed with huge bipartisan votes?
Mr. Davis,
Hey,
you're muted.
Rodney, you're muted.
Yeah, and it's good stuff. I want you guys to hear this.
You clearly, after this much time with remote hearings, you would think I would learn how to work the mute button. So I apologize to everyone, but all I was doing was complimenting you, Chairman McGovern, the entire time. And
About the
everybody-
remote hearings? Yeah.
No. I was complimenting you personally, and everybody here is my witness. To answer Ranking Member Cole's question, yes, I have been a part of every other surface transportation reauthorization I've been a part of here or that I worked as a staffer on have been overwhelmingly bipartisan. That's why I sought a seat on the House Transportation Committee, because I saw it as one of the most bipartisan committees. And I also sought a seat on the House Agriculture Committee that I served with Chairman McGovern on. And that had been, and I hope can get back to being one of the most bipartisan committees. You know me, Mr. Chair. Even the Lugar Center ranks me as the 13th most bipartisan member of Congress out of 435 members in the House. I want to work on things in a bipartisan way. I thank Chairman DeFazio for working with me on a THC level amendment that I know is in the manager's amendment. Those are good, positive steps. But in the entirety of this process, Republicans like me, Republicans like Brian Fitzpatrick, the #1 most bipartisan member of the House, according to the Lugar Center, folks like John Katko, who serve on this committee, we were all, Troy Balderson, all shut out of the process when we have a clear record of being able to work with the other side. This is not what I came to Congress to do. I came to Congress to come up with good agreements. And when the chair mentions we ought to pass a bill, this is a fait accompli. We know, Mr. Ranking Member, that most, if not all, of our Republican amendments are going to get ruled out of order. We know that they're going to pass a partisan bill. I certainly can't wait to get to a conference committee. I like the bill that the Senate passed in a bipartisan way. We ought to be able to do that in the House. But when you have a bill that is being marked up, and then all of a sudden, in the midst of that 24-hour markup over 2 days, it gets changed, the name changes, another $1 trillion gets added to it. My question is, why in the world didn't the Transportation Committee continue to lead on this? Well, we know why. The Speaker and the Speaker's agenda hijacked it, and that's not the way it's been in the past. I certainly hope it's not the way in the future if we can come up with a conference agreement.
Chairman DeFazio, is there any particular reason why you chose not to work in a bipartisan fashion? I mean, it's very different from what we've seen under both Democratic and Republican chairman of this committee for many, many years.
I addressed that in my opening remarks, but I'll address it again. The Republicans offered an alternative called the Starter Act. It did not deal with climate change in any way, not one word, not one sentence, not one section, not one penny. Unlike John Barrasso, comes from an oil and gas state, he put a couple of $2 billion into fossil fuel reduction. Now we're going beyond that in terms of policies and expenditures, because he doesn't believe in climate change either. But in order to get the bill out of committee, he did that. But they offered an alternative that did none of those things. And at the beginning, I said, this is going to be green. And they said, well, don't count us out. Well, then the Barrasso bill passes, and the Republican staff was appalled. They couldn't believe that he included fossil fuel reduction. So from day one, we knew that we could not get to that point. So we wrote a comprehensive bill. We adopted 34 Republican amendments in a 24-hour markup. The 31 of their amendments, which we defeated, were to remove the climate change provisions. So I think the answer is pretty darn clear. And if you don't believe in climate change, then they're in exactly the right place.
Well, that's not the question I asked. I really asked about the entire bill, not just one where you didn't agree. Are there other areas you could have worked with the Republicans on? Because they don't.
I'm
we
not
hear from
responsible.
members, we don't get the impression that you chose to work with them on anything.
Well, sir, I didn't write anything beyond my committee's jurisdiction. I did roads, bridges, highways, transit, rail, wastewater, harbors, and that. Any of the other provisions that have been mentioned, tax credits and that would be Chairman Neal. The other issues like broadband is energy and commerce. And as I mentioned earlier, the president did include that in his proposal for infrastructure, which never got proposed. So though you would have to ask other committee chairs or others, I had, those were not written by me, and I'm not, fully knowledgeable of all their provisions.
You think that's a good way to proceed, though, because you normally have a bill that's pretty bipartisan. Maybe we put too many things in this where there's too many disagreements.
Well, I explained my bill, and I can't really, go beyond my provisions in terms
just
of.
asking you in general, do you approve of this as a process? I mean, because the reality is, as Mr. David suggested in his testimony, this will get through the House, but it's not getting through the Senate. It's not going to be signed with the president. Now, and we'll have a conference hopefully where we can negotiate out some of these differences. But gosh, we usually start your portion of this bill, which usually is a standalone, in a very bipartisan way. That just didn't happen this time. I'm just curious as to why.
Well, there was also mention of the $1.5 trillion cost. I do remember a really, really, bad bill that passed without a single Democratic vote that cost more than $2 trillion, which was a tax gift to the wealthiest among us. The principal beneficiaries, 85% went to people over $400,000 a year. A lot of the jobs we're going to create here are going to go to people who need jobs.
Be happy to debate the tax bill with you on another occasion, although your statistics are just flat wrong. But let me go to Mr. Davis, if I may. Chairman mentioned that there were 34, I think he said, Republican amendments that were adopted. I think that's great. How many were rejected?
There were 112 amendments total that were put forth. And as a matter of fact, let me get back to you on the exact amount. There were actually 240 amendments were considered. And but I do want to address the climate issue because Chairman DeFazio knows that we laid out in our principles that we put into the Starter Act. I mean, Ranking Member Graves, I got to give him a lot of credit. He was able to help us craft what our starting principles were. We laid them out for the majority so they knew where we would begin a negotiating process. I always thought that's how you got a bill put together in a bipartisan way. And part of those principles were resiliency standards. We included an entire resiliency title that was led by our ranking member of the Select Committee on Climate and whatever the rest of the name of that select committee is, Garrett Graves. And there's nobody better to talk about resiliency and climate issues than the person on our committee, Congressman Garrett Graves, who was there to rebuild New Orleans as the lead state official in the state of Louisiana that was going to, that helped rebuild that system after Hurricane Katrina and worked with the permitting process, understands resiliency and the effects of climate more than most. And that's a title that should have led to discussions. Just because it didn't say climate change or Green New Deal didn't mean that many resiliency standards we put forth, Mr. Cole, were not part of an agenda to allow for better building standards in areas that are hit by changes in our climate, especially like Louisiana. And there were 248 amendments considered, 112 were rejected, and many of the Republican amendments we had to negotiate at the end of the evening after 22 hours of 2 days. We negotiated with the chair and his staff to at least allow for some of our common sense amendments to be put into the base of the bill. I clearly hope that that agreement to put those in is not destroyed by the Rules Committee and having those pulled out before that bill gets to the floor, because that was one small yet negotiated at the end of the markup. That was a small victory for bipartisanship in a bill that clearly was anything but bipartisan as a whole.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Davis, if I may. The statistics that I've been given, and I assume are correct, is that about 2 out of every $5 of the T&I bill or section are actually tied to specific parts of the Green New Deal. And if that's, is this simply an effort to use the transportation bill to bring more controversial legislation out of the Green New Deal? And if that is the case, what's that do to the prospects of actually getting a transportation bill passed this Congress?
Well, you and I both know, Mr. Ranking Member, that it just kills the prospects. You know, I actually feel bad for many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and colleagues on our side of the aisle on the T&I committee, because again, in the midst of this markup, again, 24 hours over 2 days, in the midst of this markup, the Democratic leadership decided to take the bill we were marking up and put it into a larger package. And this is where we are today. They changed the name in the middle of a markup. They changed the priorities. If this isn't a process that's wholly led by the speaker's suite and the people who work in the speaker's suite, you know, then I would love to be proven wrong on that. But the facts are the facts. And if this is the partisan bill that the Democrats want to put forth, then they're clearly choosing messaging over progress. And we can come together on a bipartisan surface bill. Let's, if you want to pass a partisan surface bill, take the surface transportation portion out, pass it on the floor. Let's get to a conference committee. Let's get something done.
Last question, just on that. Again, going back to history, have you ever seen this many things added to a surface transportation bill in the past? Again, this is something we've done in a very bipartisan fashion. Didn't matter who was running Congress at that particular time. And quite often we had, as we have today, divided government. You know, that if anything, means you usually got to aim smaller, not bigger, to actually get something done. So is this unprecedented in your view, what we're seeing here?
Well, I've been a member of Congress for one surface reauthorization, the FAST Act. And we had the majority in the House, we had the majority in the Senate, and we were able to still craft what we call the Four Corners Agreement. As a matter of fact, Mr. Ranking Member, when this Congress began, I asked Ranking Member Graves to appoint me as the ranking member of the Highways and Transit Subcommittee. It's the largest subcommittee in Congress. We have 59 members on that subcommittee. And I was excited because I thought we would sit down and use the exact same process that then Chairman Schuster used to be able to have the ranking member of the entire committee, the chair and the ranking member of the Highways and Transit Subcommittee, sit in a room, hammer out agreements, where Chairman Schuster's process was there was nothing that was going to be in the underlying bill that all four corners, Republicans and Democrats, didn't agree to. And then frankly, as a committee member who had provisions that they didn't agree to, it was sometimes my own party was against my amendments after a bipartisan agreement was put forth in the underlying bill. And that's a huge difference from where we were. And Chairman DeFazio and the Democrats who serve on the committee, they heard our pleas during the committee process. Things were changed. It was a process that harkened back, and there was a lot of mention about previous transportation infrastructure bills that I was never a part of. But the one that I was a part of was nothing but bipartisan, even in one party control of the House and the Senate.
Well, and again, because I remind you, we did have a Democratic president in 2015, but I've been here for 3 transportation and under various configurations. I've never seen a situation where this wasn't a bipartisan bill. All 3 of those actually made it into law. They were negotiated in good faith. I just don't think that's what's going on here. And I think it worries me because I actually agree that it's a desperately needed bill. I mean, I agree with my friends on the other side. It'll create a lot of jobs, it'll make a lot of progress. It's a good thing to do. But this bill, I think you probably summarized it pretty well at the beginning. We're going to vote for an extension, I suspect, at some point. We're not going to actually craft a bill. This bill clearly isn't designed to pass in divided government. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. And, I'm just listening to this exchange and, I'm sure my constituents and probably a lot of others in this country who might be observing these proceedings are scratching their heads saying like, what's the controversy here? I mean, a bill that invests in rebuilding our roads and our bridges and our water and sewer systems, which are crumbling all over this country. Money's dedicated to safe drinking water. We have places in this country where, the drinking water is unsafe, where people get sick from drinking water out of their tap. Money's invested in expanding broadband. I mean, this pandemic has reminded us about how important it is for people to be able to hook into the internet. If for no other reason for school, in the middle of this pandemic. Money's for healthcare infrastructure. Again, rail. I mean, all of these things are needed, and if the controversy is that we're investing in these ways that also have the added benefit of being good stewards of our environment and trying to deal with the global issue of the climate crisis, that somehow this controversial bill, it's still significantly less than what the president had told Mr. DeFazio that he might be interested in supporting. Boy, it goes back to what I said before. Maybe we just have a different set of values when it comes to some of the major issues before our country. But it's hard for me to believe that, outside of the Beltway, outside of, the polarization of Congress, that these are issues that are terribly controversial. But in any event, I may be wrong.
No, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
if you would include Republicans in the negotiation, as you did in the first 4 bills that dealt with coronavirus, we actually got real law made. That's not what happened here. And as a result, we're not going to get anything done. And I know you want to get something done. I certainly do. But it's going to have to be bipartisan as long as Congress is divided. And right now, this bill just doesn't measure in that regard. So
Going back to the HEROES Act, I remember correctly, the Senate Majority Leader said we don't need to do anything else. And so that clearly was a non-starter, but maybe he's starting to hear from some of his rank and file Republican senators that we need to do something. And similarly, this is about, getting beyond this crisis and getting this economy moving into the future. I'm happy to yield to Mrs. Torres now. See here. Next.
Got on mute.
Thank you. Yes. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your comments and all of the work that has gone behind the scenes, getting this bill to where it's at. I also appreciate the committee working with my office, although we did not come to an agreement on an issue that is critically important to my district. I do appreciate the fact that they were willing to work with my office in the way they did. In Washington, representing my neighbors and community in California's Inland Empire. Some of you know the Inland Empire is a key logistics hub, not just for our region, but for the entire Western United States. Small businesses across America are the beating heart of our economy, but it is the airport, railways, warehouses, and interstates in my district that allowed that heart to beat. I assure you and appreciate the importance of surface transportation investments as much as anyone else speaking today. And I'm wondering why in the world we are considering a package right now that includes a provision that won't just cost my community jobs. It threatens to undermine the single largest employer in my district. 1,000 people in the Inland Empire earn their living working for California Steel. A full 8,000 people in my community have jobs that fall within California Steel broader economy footprint. All of them are about to feel the crush that this provision, the so-called Buy America provision, will bring. That's because this provision does more than encourage the use of American goods. It picks regional winners and losers in that process. It actually moves the goalpost as to how we define American-made steel. And I have thousands of American jobs in my district that hang in the balance as a result of these arbitrary semantics. To be clear, California Steel qualifies under the Buy American provision in our laws designed to encourage domestic production. But under the provision in this bill, it does not. That's because this isn't about choosing good steel over bad steel. It is about picking some steel companies over others. In fact, we should call this provision what it really is, not Buy America, but Buy East Coast. Because as far as steel is concerned, this provision enshrines into law that only East Coast steel counts and only East Coast steel workers matter, not California workers, not the workers in my district. Choosing favorites among production models may help some American workers, but the problem is it will harm American workers too. It's sad considering California Steel is such a pillar in our community. When they purchased part of the shuttered Kaiser Steel integrated mill in 1984, they hired 1,000 workers who had been laid off when Kaiser closed. I've stood in that factory many times. I assure you, it is on American soil. I did not need a passport to go there because it is in the city of Fontana. It employs American workers and it makes American steel. Over the years, California Steel has invested more than $1 billion into their facilities. And they've never laid off a single employee along the way, not during the recession of 2009 and not now. We're talking about good paying jobs for a working class community. They are also great community partners, helping to fund and hosting on their property, the Intech Center, a manufacturing training hub that has been recognized as a model for public and private partnership. A couple of years ago, I hosted then Secretary of Labor Acosta for a tour of the facility. He was in shock that such a thing existed in the US, where community colleges and small manufacturers could work together to facilitate training for the workers that they need Many of the workers at that mill are veterans and former prisoners who have a second chance to contribute to society. This mill employs hard to employ workers. Some of these workers, by the way, were trained to also teach at the Intex Center. That's what we're declaring un-American in this provision. A company that has done well by its workers, helped build the community, and allowed thousands of people across the Inland Empire to earn a living and improve their lives. Surface transportation investments are much too important to this nation prosperity to allow these types of provisions to sway private sector markets one way or another. Certainly too important for my community. And like each of you, my community is struggling right now with the COVID-19 pandemic. Many of our businesses are shuttered. Many of our workers are struggling to put food on their tables and keep a roof overhead. We are doing what we can right now to ensure that we have an economy to come back to when we can finally reopen our doors. We urgently need investment right now, but not the type of investment that leaves my constituents out. This provision is a kick in the teeth as we fight to get by. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the pleasure of serving on the Transportation Committee with Chairman DeFazio, and so I got to sit in with he and Mr. Davis during those 24 hours of hearings. But I confess, during all of that time, I had not heard a story like the one that Ms. Torres just told, and I'd like to ask that question of the chairman. We often bring up in the Transportation Committee and here on the Rules Committee our concerns about corporations that are not good to their employees, about folks who do put profits over people, about folks who do cut and run at the first sign of trouble. But the company that Ms. Torres just described in California Steel, that is employing the hard to employ, that is going to bat for folks even in economic downtimes, it's coming in and picking up the ruins of bankruptcy and putting a community back on its feet. Tell me about that decision. How was the decision made to prioritize Buy America in such a way that it leaves out Ms. Torres' constituency?
Well, actually, she offered that amendment for the school construction portion, and it was not germane to our committee. We did not mark up anything to do with school construction on our committee, so it was not offered in our committee.
So for all of the highway projects, all of the other work that the 1.5 trillion does fund, her constituents and that constituent company will be available to participate in all of those contracts?
I believe that this company imports its slab from China, and that is the issue. If they didn't use Chinese slab, they wouldn't have any issues. They'd be fully qualified under any of the provisions of the bills, as far as I know.
Well, I know that's the benefit of being able to have the hearings and get into the nitty gritty, because I know that constituency is going to want answers. And yes, if you show up to work for every day in a gritty, hot and dirty job, you feel like you're doing American work for American taxpayers. And I'm sure there's a budget impact on that as well. Let me go back to HR 22, the FAST Act, for a moment. Mr. Davis was a little modest when asked about it. He actually introduced that bill back in 2015, as I recall, introduced it with bipartisan co-sponsors right off the bat, as I recall. What I don't remember, I was a junior committee member at the time, and you may, Mr. Davis, is did we move the FAST Act through committee in one of those four corners agreements?
Absolutely, and that was the process I was talking about. with Chairman Schuster. It was Republicans in control of the House and the Senate, President Obama in office, and the Republicans and Democrats on the House T&I committee were tasked with putting it together. The chair, the ranking member of the full committee, and then the chair and the ranking member of the Highways and Transit Subcommittee, which is the main reason why I asked Ranking Member Graves to appoint me as the ranking member of that subcommittee to be able to use that process again. But we didn't have that chance.
Well, my colleagues may not even know about a big four agreement because most of you all work on partisan committees. Not so with Mr. Davis and Mr. DeFazio and myself. These big four agreements, and again, I wish we talked about this more because folks back home don't even believe Congress operates this way. What that looked like under Republican control is that the chairman and who was a Republican and the ranking member who was a Democrat of the full committee, and then the chairman of the subcommittee and the ranking Democrat on the subcommittee, if those four people didn't all approve of an amendment, then the entire amendment was rejected. So as a rank and file member, I'm trying to move a good idea through. I don't just have to write the Republican red meat bill that appeals to my chairman of the committee and chairman of the subcommittee. I've got to write the common sense amendment that's also going to appeal to the two ranking Democrats there. And it was an extraordinary process. And Mr. DeFazio, I talk about your committee all the time back home because just as Mr. Davis was excited about serving there for those reasons, I too was attracted to it for those reasons. When was the decision made not to move the surface bill through in a big four kind of agreement?
As I've repeated to the ranking member and to you, when it became clear that we could not address climate change meaningfully and work it out with the Republicans, because someone said 2 out of 5 of the are from the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal has no legislative language. It sets hortatory goals. This bill is, I mean, the Green New Deal is a non-binding resolution of some sort. This is applying principles to deal with climate change. If you believe with climate change, we got to deal with fossil fuel pollution. The largest source of fossil fuel pollution in the United States of America is transportation, by far. So if you don't deal with it, you're not dealing with climate change. Now, if you don't believe in climate change, we don't have much to talk about on that issue.
Now, to be fair, I remember one of our committee meetings early on where you said, listen, we're going to work together on this just the way we always have. Now, there's going to be a climate title, and maybe we're not going to be able to get together on the climate title, but we're going to do everything else in partnership. As I viewed the process, I'm not one of the big four. I'm way down the dais. But as I viewed the process, I didn't see that partnership on all of the other titles. So I understand, in fact, you said so in your opening statement, that you've heard this is not a bipartisan, this bill's not bipartisan because it does include climate change. I would have said this bill is not bipartisan because no one ever reached out to a Republican along the entire process of crafting it. And I ask you because, golly, serving as the chairman of the Transportation Committee, when a surface title has to be authorized, that's big time game day. And nobody wants to see a surface bill not get done. And I recognize that our process on our committee has been hijacked by larger forces, hence why we have Chairman Neal here, who I look forward to talking with in just a moment. But the roll call headline was, with no GOP input, stakeholders feel House Highway Bill may stall. Not partisan Republicans feel it, but folks who actually want to get something done. I think back to that HR 22. We increased transit funding in year one of HR 22 twice as much as a percentage as we increased highway funding. Over the life of the FAST Act, transit funding went up more as a percentage of transit funding than surface did. And no doubt that's largely attributable to you and your commitment and your a passion for those pots. But we know what those dollars turned out to be because it actually became the law of the land. Had it just gone into the dustbin of legislative ideas, we would not have that data today.
Well, to the gentleman's point, as I said, there were 31 Republican amendments offered in committee to strip the climate provisions. There was, the bill is woven together in such a way that you can't separate climate. If you wanted to do it the way Barrasso did and throw in a couple of titles that could be enhanced or just thrown away to get Carper on the bill, by the way, nothing has happened since it came out of committee. Nothing has happened on transit in the Senate. Nothing has happened on rail in the Senate. We're moving all those things in this bill. And, it would be impossible to, 31 amendments and your alternative would have no climate. Well, we just are not going to write a surface reauthorization in the 21st century that doesn't deal with the largest source of fossil fuel pollution, which we believe is contributing significantly to climate change, which we believe is real in addition to COVID.
I understand that that's going to be the place that we return. Again, it was the place that your testimony began. This isn't bipartisan because it includes climate change. As you know, the Republican alternative include the first resiliency title in my history of surface transportation bills. It's absolutely false. It is
Resilience is not climate change. Resilience is looking at the reality of severe weather events, but not going to the source of the severe weather events, which is climate change.
It is
and sea level rise. That's what resilience deals with. That is not dealing with climate change. That says, well, the seas are rising for some reason. We better deal with it. That we're having floods like we've never had before. It's flooding highways, taking out bridges. We better deal with it. But we don't know what's causing it, and we're not going to deal with it. That's bottom line. We just totally disagree. Do you agree that fossil fuel pollution is something we should deal with meaningfully in this bill? Yes or no?
I don't just agree that fossil fuel pollution is something we should deal meaningfully in this bill. I believe that we have moved bill after bill after bill to make those incremental changes. And
I'd love to have you point them out because there's nothing in your alternative. It does zero on climate, zero, not an ounce of reduction of carbon.
I had the pleasure of being a part of a resiliency hearing here in the Rules Committee. And I can tell you that your very narrow definition of resiliency is not at all a reflection of the breadth of conversation that we had in the Rules Committee along those.
Right. So you do believe fossil fuel is a problem and climate change is real and you want to deal with it?
I promise you I'm driving more electric cars than you're driving, Mr. Chairman. My personal commitment and my policy making go hand in hand. And what is totally false is any suggestion that you make, and you make it over and over again, that you cannot find Republican partners on climate change. That is totally false.
I might be able to find a few, but not on the committee.
Reclaiming my time, what is totally true is that you have not reached out to Republicans on the committee to partner on climate change. My ranking member said to you specifically, nothing is off the table. I want to be involved in everything. And you made the decision, or someone made it on your behalf, that partnership was not to be in this title. I sound energized and frustrated. I'm certainly not frustrated with my chairman. I have zero concerns about the love my chairman has for this country and for his commitment to transportation and infrastructure. I don't believe there's a single member on the committee who was more prepared to lead than Chairman DeFazio was when his name was called. I do believe that the chairman has been a part of a very successful bipartisan partnership on this committee for decades, and that we threaten in this bill to turn that partnership on its head. If I could go to Mr. Neal just for a moment, Mr. Chairman, I was so pleased that you were going to be on this hearing because, as Chairman DeFazio said, we don't have the most important things in our jurisdiction. Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Eleanor Holmes Norton at the time wrote a letter to the last chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Ryan, 2 chairmen ago, and said, we absolutely have to get together and have a by-committee hearing on funding and revenue streams. I'm tickled pink that my chairman is focused on plussing up transportation accounts, but I know in my chairman's heart is plussing up transportation accounts in the way that they are paid for and thus sustainable over time. And we just don't have that jurisdiction. And if we did, I have no doubt Chairman DeFazio would have put a revenue title in here. All of the things you mentioned in your opening statement, I didn't hear a highway trust fund revenue conversation. Are we moving a highway bill in partnership with the Ways and Means Committee, but do not have a revenue section, whether it be gas taxes or diesel taxes or vehicle miles traveled taxes, all of those things that we've all talked about for so long and we know are desperately needed?
We began this conversation, as Mr. DeFazio said, at a meeting at the White House. And the conversation at that point was based upon the broad conceptual outline of what was needed, and we all agreed to that. We decided that even though we could not reach an accord on that occasion over how to finance it, that the best way to do it would be to put out a piece of legislation and begin the negotiations with the administration and eventually and hopefully the Senate. Now, Mr. Woodall, I think you would agree that interest rates are at record lows, and for the foreseeable future, they're going to be at record lows. So there's a broad opportunity here to do a lot of borrowing based upon the needs of the country. We took full advantage of the tax code for the opportunity to address the issues as they relate to climate change. And I know that you were pretty worked up about the climate change initiatives that we put in here, but they're all reasonable because we actually put out details about how to best do it. So on the renewable front, it's wind, it's solar, there's biothermal. We put out a lot of ingredients in this, but I've always felt on long experience here, Mr. Woodall, that the best way to negotiate is to have a piece of legislation to negotiate from. And I think when we pass this legislation, I think that the administration is likely to begin negotiations and discussions with us. After all, the president campaigned hard on this legislation. And what better way to take some of the pressure off the highway systems and to include more money for rail? These are the sorts of things with electric vehicles, and I'm glad to hear that you drive one. That's terrific. But I also think that this is a rare opportunity, largely based upon the fact this is something the country desperately needs right now, to invest in our whole system. And with somebody raised an objection about broadband, broadband has to be extended. It's an issue of competition. It's an issue of 911. These are things that have to be done. So I hope that, as described here, that we can begin an earnest negotiation once this legislation passes on Wednesday or Thursday with the administration. And I fully expect, based upon conversations with the administration, that we're going to find an agreement in the near future.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you that if you can't have something pre-conferenced ahead of time, which leaves rank and file members out, so I certainly don't support that process on a regular basis. Having a piece of past legislation to negotiate from is exactly the right way to jumpstart a process that has been stalled. But my question was, I don't see the Highway Trust Fund revenue section here. You are absolutely right. The best way to start a negotiation is to put our position out there. I don't see a House passed position on revenue.
One of the things that we were concerned with, because repeatedly, when you do negotiations in this modern era of Congress, one side always pounces on the other once revenue measures are off. So we thought that this ought to be done in unison once we reach an agreement as to how best to pay for it. But I think we all agree upon the idea that part of it will be borrowing, part of it will be Build America bonds, part of it will be raising the cap on private activity bonds. And we will fully get around in a bipartisan manner to the revenue side as well. And I think that's the best way for us to proceed, Mr. Woodall.
Well, now, I'm not naive. What I think I understood you to say is we've decided to do all the spending in a completely partisan manner with no Republican input whatsoever. But in our considered wisdom, we have decided that the revenue section should be saved until we can move step by step together there. I understand that as a philosophy of governance. I might question the wisdom of doing that in this particular in this particular case. That was the roll call headline as well. Two plans for investment, talking about the Republican plan and the chairman's plan. Zero ways to pay for them. I regret, because I know, as the chairman, Chairman Neal says, revenues need to be a partnership decision. And in fact, we talk about getting this process started in a partisan way. We all know this process only finishes in a partnership way. And again, there's nobody who wants to see a surface title pass more than Chairman DeFazio does. Not pass this House, but pass into the law of the land and make a difference for families going forward. I do not believe that the Transportation Committee is going to be forever silenced in its bipartisan ways by this partisan exercise. But I see the frustration in friends like Ranking Member Davis. I saw the frustration in my Ranking Member, Mr. Graves. In fact, both Mr. Graves. We do have the largest committee on Capitol Hill under Chairman DeFazio's jurisdiction, because folks love to do the work that Chairman DeFazio has been entrusted to do. It makes a difference for every single family across this country. And I regret that, to Chairman Neal's point, the bill that comes out of the House later this week isn't going to be that partnership document that will be moving quickly to the president's desk. It will be that partisan negotiating document that, with any hope, with any luck, will in fact serve as the foundation of a productive discussion. Mr. Chairman, with that, I thank both
Thank you.
for being with us, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern, and I want to thank the three chairmen, Mr. McGovern, Mr. DeFazio, Mr. Neal. I thank you guys for having a lot more patience than I have. Because when I listen to the ranking member and to Mr. Woodall, I have to say, what bill are they talking about? Because this is an infrastructure bill. This is a bill that isn't limited just to surface transportation. And when Mr. Davis was providing us his testimony, listening to Mr. Woodall, it would simply to be roads. This is far beyond roads. We have an infrastructure problem in this country that involves schools and housing and broadband and the electrical grid, and it goes on and on and on and on. And the president recognized this a year or two ago. And so to try to describe this and limit it to simply a surface transportation does not do the subject justice.
Could I ask my friend from Colorado yield just one moment?
I would. I almost was going to do a point of order during your presentation, Mr. Woodall, but I certainly would yield to you because you're my friend, even though you're testing my patience.
I certainly don't ever want to test the gentleman's patience, and certainly don't want to betray his friendship. I'm talking about surface transportation because the only witness I have here today came from the committee that moved a surface transportation bill. If you brought me an energy and commerce witness,
Well,
if you brought me an
so-
education and labor witness.
So
Thank you for yielding.
I'll reclaim my time. By my count, we have another 26 witnesses to listen to this afternoon. And you're going to get an opportunity to talk to all of them, including Maxine Waters on the housing section of this. And I assume Bobby Scott will be here to talk about the schools construction. And we're going to have, given the economy that we're facing now, we're going to need to be building a lot of things and put a lot of people to work. So this goes far beyond just surface transportation. But I want to thank Chairman DeFazio for working with me on a couple of amendments. One involving the Railroad Rehabilitation and Improvement Financing Equity Act, which once a transportation program has repaid its loans, they ought to get repaid, get paid back. In our case, the RTD in Colorado, the Regional Transportation District, is entitled to some $30 million in being repaid for a prepayment of its loan. And also, I want to thank the chairman for working with me on some United States Geological Survey research issues into minerals that the Transportation Committee worked with me on. I do have a question for Mr. Davis and for Mr. DeFazio on the THC amendment. Can somebody explain that to me, since I happen to be working on the Safe Banking Act, working with the Senate on a research component to try to determine THC levels in a lot of different things. So explain to me how you're amending the Controlled Substance Act, or what it is you're doing in this THC amendment.
Well,
We are not amending the Controlled Substance Act. The original proposal of Mr. Davis would have gone more in that direction. We negotiated it to simply allowing what are called university transportation centers, who have various expertise all around the country, to research ways and concerns relating to potential impairment by people who have taken a little too much dope. And I come from a legalized state. Rodney comes from a legalized state. Here's the big problem right now. We had the most dependable test out there is a hair test. So a lot of trucking companies are now saying, if you want a trucking job, we're going to cut your hair. And if it tests positive, we won't hire you. Well, that person could be living in Oregon, and they could be, smoking or eating on a weekend and be perfectly, up, straight on Monday through Friday. But they're going to get potentially, discriminated against. So if we could find some kind of real-time testing that could be used, or near real-time testing that could be used by trucking companies and by law enforcement, I think it would be tremendously beneficial. So we're authorizing for research to try and find ways to deal with this.
Okay.
yeah, if I could add, Mr. Perlmutter, to what Chairman DeFazio said. Yes, we worked an agreement out on this amendment that would allow for the traffic safety research needed to be able to hopefully get to the standard that we all agree we ought to be able to have at some point, a roadside test that would determine what is a level of THC that could cause impairment like other substances. So it's just initially, as Chairman DeFazio said, allowing that research to happen in a traffic safety sense. I think it was too important to both the chairman and to me and others who, like he said, have states where the voters either enacted recreational marijuana use, or in my state where the legislature enacted it. We ought to be able to ensure that the roads are safe too, and that no one's impaired. But we got to do the research, and it was too important to let a transportation discussion go through without approving at least some policy discussion to allow that research to continue in the sense of transportation.
Well, obviously, coming from Colorado, I support you two in this amendment. I think it is important. I think that we've blocked research in too, broad a fashion when it comes to anything that has THC in it. And so to the degree that this really starts to loosen some of that research so we can understand the effects of marijuana and THC in a much better way, I'm all for it. So I just appreciate this amendment. But I also want to add that, this is a bipartisan amendment. Listening to Mr. DeFazio, there's 31 other bipartisan amendments or Republican amendments. And so I just want to end with, the argument that Mr. Woodall has made, that Mr. Cole has made, that you made, Mr. Davis, that, this is just rammed through by the Democrats and this is the speaker's bill and all that. Sounds to me like at least there are parts, and this one, the THC amendment being one of them, that certainly are bipartisan or were generated by Republicans. And so I think when you guys make your argument that, Republicans were shut out of the process, that's not true. And with that, I will yield back to the chair.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess.
Very well. Did I successfully unmute?
We can hear you. Yep.
All right, great. Thank you. I thank our witnesses for being here today. Yeah, I'm way over here on the end. Don't want you to get a strain in your neck from having to turn around, Rodney. So, Mr. Davis, during the 114th Congress, I was the chairman of the subcommittee on Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade within the larger Energy and Commerce Committee. And we conducted oversight of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's investigation into the faulty Takata airbags and the resulting injuries and deaths that occurred from the faulty airbags. So my understanding is the last recall has happened. That was in 2015, we had a coordinated remedy program, but we've kind of reached the end of that. Is there anything going to follow on in its place? I think we still have the problem with the airbag. I don't think we found them all in the time frame that we allotted.
Well, I don't think there was a change in policy in this bill, but if there was, this is something that clearly has to be corrected as we move the bill forward.
If I could
Okay.
address that, if the gentleman will allow me, it's not
Sure.
within the jurisdiction of our committee. That would be the Energy and Commerce Committee, I believe. Highway,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did
right.
did the principal work and actually
Yeah.
we're the subcommittee that got the owner of Takata Airbags to admit that they had some culpability and it wasn't all up to the original equipment manufacturers in the automobile side. Well, there was an Office of Defects investigation at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration that was responsible for investigating the faulty airbags. And at the time, it seemed understaffed, significantly understaffed. So I offered an amendment back in 2015 to the Transportation Appropriations Bill to increase the Office of Defects investigation by adding an additional $4 million in that appropriations bill. Do we know now, is the Office of Defects investigation more fully staffed?
Sir, I would hope it is. I would definitely support that. That falls under jurisdiction of both Energy and Commerce and Appropriations. Again, we don't, we have safety in terms of the roads, bridges, highways, transit, and that. We are not the committee who has jurisdiction over airbags and design of automobiles. That's Energy and Commerce, I believe. And then the funding would be appropriations. So I would certainly support that. I hope it's fully funded, and if not, I'd support it in the appropriations process this year.
And may I ask the chairman of the Rules Committee, are we going to hear from Energy and Commerce during part of this rules hearing? I direct the question to Mr. McGovern of the Rules Committee, if I may.
Can you repeat your question?
My question was, are we planning on hearing from Mr. McGovern, Energy and Commerce?
No.
Mr. Davis, may I just say I
can't hear anything.
we agree with what you're trying to do on the DHC question. But I know we have to do something because what we're doing right now is not working. And I've had two rather horrific occurrences in the casework that I've done in the past couple of years. One where a young man was struck. He was crossing a road at nighttime, probably not at the crosswalk. Maybe not have been the best decision he's ever made, but he lost his life. The person who was driving the car also probably had their life forever altered in a very bad way. That individual had a blood alcohol content of less than 0.08, but also a positive test for THC. The grand jury decided, since it's under 0.08, there's no reason to bring a charge. And that young man who died, his mother came in to see me and was just distraught that there was not anything that could be done to allow for the mitigating factor of both alcohol and marijuana, or alcohol and THC simultaneously. That possibly should affect the ability or the ability of the DA, local DA to bring a case. And it was just severely tragic. And I had another individual who lost both parents in a 18-wheeler accident. It was only marijuana that was involved in that accident, but it's just struck me that we are unprepared to deal with what we are facing right now on the country's roadways, with perhaps the combination of multiple compounds, and alcohol and marijuana probably the most common, but there's others. And I don't know what the right answer there is. I just know that we need to get there.
You know, I certainly agree with you, Dr. Burgess. And, you know, whether we agree or disagree on the policy of recreational marijuana legality, we can all agree that we ought to take every opportunity to come together and at least put policies in place when we're debating bills like this to encourage that research to move forward, be it through T&I with this title of the bill, or through energy and commerce as we move forward, or through transportation or energy appropriations. If we can all band together to make that happen, I would encourage you to work with Chairman DeFazio, me, Mr. Perlmutter, and I would like to really address something Mr. Perlmutter said in his closing remarks. I am glad that we got some negotiated Republican amendments into this bill, but by no means was this process to accept Republican amendments desired by the majority. It was forced at the end to take a third, if not more, of those amendments into a final en bloc. Otherwise, we were going to probably be there for another 36 hours to vote on every single amendment that was left, which were probably 80 of the over 100 amendments that Republican members offered to go along with the many that were offered by the Democrats. So I'm glad we got some type of agreement in the end, but I will say it was kind of forced.
Well, along a similar line, we did have a hearing on this topic in Energy and Commerce, which I think was the first one that's ever been held, and it was an offshoot of the flavored tobacco debates that we had last fall after the multiple lung injuries with the vaping. We outlawed flavored tobacco, I think. We didn't get to the root of the problem, which was the contaminant in the THC and the contaminated product that was being dispensed on the black market. So again, we need a lot more information about this, and it's not too soon to start the research that would allow us to get that information. And I'll look on the broadband issue, and I do support. I think we're all very fortunate that we had the broadband, we had the bandwidth that we did as we entered into this viral illness. Certainly telemedicine, homeschooling or distance learning. You look at what's happened in some other countries, and they've been severely taxed. The networks have held up in this country, but it's also, I think, underscored the fact that more investment here is needed. Now, this bill creates the Office of Internet Connectivity and Growth within the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, within the Department of Commerce. So the duties include connecting with communities, holding regional workshops, and promoting access to broadband, developing training, and distributing publications. But you also have the Federal Communications Commission actively facilitating the deployment of broadband in rural and underserved areas. And they're also working with the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to update broadband mapping. So will the new Office of Internet Connectivity and Growth, what does it bring to the table more so than what is already there with what is happening now currently within the existing structure of the FCC? Can anyone tell me that?
That would be in the Energy and Commerce section of the bill, and I don't know, apparently, according to the chairman, you're not going to hear from Energy and Commerce. So I don't know if any of your other witnesses will be able to address that. I can't.
Well, but in the hearings that you had that led up to this, I mean, there must have been some idea of what this new office, what the contribution of this new office would be.
No, not in my committee. We didn't consider anything regarding broadband. Our only issue right now is the FCC giving away a spectrum, which is going to destroy the GPS system. Other than that, it's going to make a lot of money for this company called Legato. The DOD, DOT, and everybody is saying, you can't do this. This is nuts.
But again, the question, I mean, this bill that we're considering right now, the one that we're having the hearing on in the Rules Committee, does create the Office of Internet Connectivity and Growth. Is that correct?
I am not familiar with the energy and commerce provisions of the bill. I don't know why Energy and Commerce isn't testifying. They are the second largest portion of the bill, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, Mr. McGovern, I think it's an oversight that we're not including members of what the oldest committee, us representatives. You can rise out of the chairman.
I think this is painful enough.
Well, but it's a major policy decision that's being made, and look, I wasn't here when the Air Act was debated. Ralph, our colleague that we lost just a couple of years ago, took 8 months in the Energy and Commerce Committee to mark up the Clean Air Act, and everyone was at each other's throats by the time it was over. But a major piece of legislation like that.
I could only hear every other word he says.
I think we'd all agree that that's a major piece of legislation. It's been enduring. I mean, it may be painful and it may be long, and it's longer because of the technology that we have to use, but doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it right. So anyway, for what it's worth, pretty hard to completely understand that provision of this bill that we're considering today, but Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
So, our normal procedure is that we hear from the chair of the primary committee. The minority asks that we also hear from Ways and Means, and we have accommodated that. So that's why the panel is what it is. I now yield to Mr. Raskin from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I don't have too much to add other than I really want to salute you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Neal and Mr. DeFazio for doing a great job. I mean, we have known for years that America's infrastructure is crumbling. The roads and the highways and the ports and the airports and cybersecurity, the whole thing. And we need to invest in America. And the Invest in America Act does it. And so I hope that Americans who are tuning in have the sense that the House of Representatives, anyway, is acting to address the serious infrastructure crisis in America in a way that also advances and uplifts our environmental priorities. They go together. So I was very moved by what Chairman DeFazio had to say. I hope that the rest of the country sees these just incessant process complaints for what they are. I was in the minority for my first 2 years in Congress in the last term, and in the committees I sat on, I was never consulted on anything. The Democrats weren't consulted on anything. So, I think it's impressive to hear how much the Democratic leaders have been consulting the Republicans as is, and took all of these Republican amendments. And some people just don't want to take yes for an answer. When they're in power, they act like King Kong. And then when we're in power and elections have consequences on our side, suddenly they want to turn the whole thing into a Quaker Friends meeting house where we got to operate by 100% consensus. That's going to be to my mind, a recipe for absolute paralysis and inaction, which is the opposite of what the American people want. People want action, investment, engagement here. And I've got to say to my beloved friends across the aisle whom I love serving with, um, whenever we reach out to say, let's do something, what we get is, well, we can't go with this and this and this and this because the Senate won't go for that. So we have to allow the Senate to dictate to us what we're going to do. And then you go to Mitch McConnell and he says, well, I'm not going to do anything that Donald Trump is not going to sign. So in other words, we can't do anything on our own because we have to be subservient to the Senate, and the Senate's got to be subservient to the president. Well, why don't we just get rid of the whole system of government that we've got then and let Donald Trump decide what he wants to do on a whimsical and completely unpredictable daily basis? And please don't get me going on what we learned over the weekend about Vladimir Putin taking out a bounty on the heads of American soldiers and the administration not doing anything about that. All right, so let's have some institutional self-respect and let's go with what we think is the best plan and not constantly defer to Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. They don't control the people's house of government. And I'm very proud to be supporting what you guys have done here. And I know it's going to be a long day, so I won't say anything else. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. I do have a couple questions. The first one's for Mr. Estes. Congressman Estes, I think in your testimony, you said that billions of dollars in additional electric vehicle tax credits for the wealthy buying expensive cars with no safeguards. Can you explain this a little bit more? How much tax credits are people getting to purchase electric vehicles? Because I think you're right. Electric vehicles I've seen are pretty darn expensive.
Thank you. One of the concerns that we see from a tax credit standpoint is that overwhelmingly the number of people taking advantage of the tax credit are the wealthier individuals. And from a standpoint about looking at the hardworking folks across America that are, and I look at it from my Kansas residents, that because they don't have that income, they're ended up paying more taxes to provide the tax credits for the wealthier individuals. And what this bill does is it doubles down on that the original electric vehicle tax credits was set up intentionally to expire as companies were able to produce vehicles and to reach a sustaining level. And we've accomplished that. I mean, there are now car companies that are actually manufacturing and have hit the limit. And what this bill does is says, well, now let's go back and make sure that we continue to provide credits and support that when we know the industry works. We know people have vehicles that work. Actually, within the last couple of weeks, we've brought a hybrid vehicle, which actually helps out on the fuel economy as well for us in our family. So the issue here is we don't need to double down and increase on our spending on those tax credits.
I think you need to unmute, Mrs. Lesko.
Thank you. I think it's a legitimate issue to bring up, Congressman Estes, because I know when I didn't have much money, I couldn't afford to buy a new car, much less an electric vehicle. I had to buy some old used vehicle that I had to get repaired often. So it does seem that people that are just struggling to get by, subsidizing people that can afford to buy more expensive electric vehicles is usually the opposite of what my Democrat colleagues would ask for. So that's interesting. But you also said, Congressman Estes, in your testimony, something to the effect of providing special tax credits, cash to, I think, specialized energy companies that don't even have the tax liability. Is this the case? Is that what you were trying to say? That if there's energy companies that maybe didn't even make any income at all, they're just going to be handed out a check? Is that correct?
That's right. What But the tax credits now that have been offered that are available for companies to take advantage of, but because of the income that they're bringing in, they don't have the actual tax liability to use that. And so the position within this bill is that because they're not making money enough to take to offset that tax credit, that they just get cash in lieu of that, which is kind of defeats the purpose of why would we do a tax credit? We're kind of basically saying we'll give you one program for the tax credit, and then we'll add on top of that a second program instead of saying let's work to move forward, take advantage of the one you have, get the process rolling, and move forward with that.
And Congressman Estes, wouldn't this be an instance, like let's say there's an energy company that doesn't have a good product, and thus they're not making money because they're not selling it. They would still get this cash from the federal government, which was subsidized by all of us.
They would be able to utilize the cash for tax credit process and have cash payments for them.
Thank you. And my next question is for anyone that can answer it. And that is how much money is going towards passenger rail? Like in Phoenix, we have what's called light rail, but it's really like a trolley car that stops at every single light and costs billions of dollars a mile. So how much is going towards that versus highway construction, bridge repairs, that type of thing? What percentage wise is going to passenger rail, light rail, that type of thing?
Excuse me. There we go. The passenger rail section of the bill is $60 billion, and that does not include light transit vehicles. They would be only under the transit section of the bill.
Thank you, sir. And when you say it doesn't include light transit vehicles, is that what you mean by light rail? It doesn't include public light rail? Is that what you mean?
That's correct. There's transit is where you would find what we call light rail or your streetcars or anything else like that. This is 60 billion is for Amtrak and high and higher speed rail, passenger railroads.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panelists joining us today. I'm so excited to be here during Infrastructure Week at last. And this is certainly a bill deserving of its own week. HR 2 will make meaningful, long overdue investments in our roads, bridges, airports, ports, and transportation systems. It will invest billions in zero-emission buses on our roads and modernize road systems to reduce gridlock. And we have some of the worst gridlock in the country in my district. So I believe this is game-changing, economy-altering legislation. So when I hear my colleagues talk about the price tag on this bill, I have to wonder where exactly they think this money is going. This bill invests directly in American families, in workers, and in the communities we all live in. The communities in my district have been crying out for a comprehensive infrastructure bill for years before I was ever sworn into office. And this bill doesn't come a minute too soon. HR 2 will provide good paying, stable jobs that can support American workers and their families. At a time when we're facing double-digit unemployment in the US, a massive investment in our people and our infrastructure is exactly what we need. I represent Pennsylvania's 5th district, which is the gateway to the Philadelphia region. My district is home to the Philadelphia Port and Shipyard. It's home to one of the busiest airports, home to the Eastern Seaboard's passenger and freight rail, plus commuter rail, streetcars, subways, and a network of interstate bridges and roads, all of which are in serious need of upkeep. And this bill isn't just about the concrete that will fix potholes or the steel used to renovate our bridges. It's an investment in the American people at a time when we need it more than ever. It'll put people back to work, prevent further erosion of our environment, and give children and families the support they desperately need to live and succeed and thrive. But this bill also lays down the critically important principle that when we invest in our infrastructure and economy, we have to do so in a way that builds for the 21st century and beyond, rather than trying to recreate an unsustainable or inequitable economy of the past. So I'm proud to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Chairman DeFazio and others who testified. I could not agree more with many of my colleagues who have spoken. I think a $1.5 trillion investment in the infrastructure in this country is not only critically needed from the infrastructure point of view, but it couldn't come at a better time in terms of our need to stimulate an economy that's going through obviously serious pressures and serious stresses. So, you know, whether it's the highway, bridge, transit, rail, airports, ports and harbors that traditionally come under transportation, schools and childcare, healthcare facilities, housing. This is, and I'm reminded of another New Deal, the New Deal by Franklin Roosevelt, who during the heights of the Depression decided that putting Americans to work, whether it was the WPA or the Conservation Corps or all these so-called alphabetical soup programs, which helped reaffirm Americans' faith in their government and the need that and their belief that the government would step up to do what was necessary to help lift a nation. And I think that is what we're doing here today. And you know, and others have said this better than I, but this is not as though we're making work here. That we're saying, well, dig a hole and then fill it in, and then dig it again, and fill it in. This is infrastructure that's been necessary for decades. Infrastructure that we have allowed to get to a point of such disrepair. I remember being so impressed. I guess probably a year ago, and Chairman DeFazio may have even been at the meeting. There was a briefing with the United States Chamber of Commerce and the AFL-CIO, who perhaps don't always agree on many things, but came together to talk about the need for a significant investment in our transportation system. I just got off a Zoom call this morning with the American Council of Engineers, who were talking about the desperate need to rebuild America's infrastructure. And what I like about this is it doesn't see infrastructure narrowly, but it sees infrastructure as it ought to be in a very broad and thoughtful way. So I'm excited to be here. Thankful to Chairman DeFazio. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work and the others who've been involved in this. And I'm excited not only to vote for the rule, but to vote for the bill tomorrow on the floor. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shalala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was running for Congress, the two most common issues that people talked to me about were climate change and traffic. In this bill, I'm proud to say that we're really tackling both issues because we can't address our infrastructure without addressing the defining challenge of our time, climate change. In fact, there was a joke during my campaign that every time I mentioned synchronizing traffic lights, I'd get a standing ovation. In South Florida, climate change is not a debate. My district, as we know it, will simply not exist in a matter of mere decades. The rising sea is eroding our beaches, flooding our streets, and threatening our drinking water. HR 2 takes bold but necessary steps to build the clean transportation sector and to cut carbon emissions and prioritize resiliency. I appreciate Chairman DeFazio's given so many of us from South Florida the opportunity to testify before the T&I committee specifically on these issues for the infrastructure bill. And I'm really pleased that the bill included an amendment which I advocated for ensuring that infrastructure reuse projects like the Underline in my district are eligible under the DOT's Build Grant program. Anyone who spent any time in Miami knows that traffic isn't simply an annoyance, it affects our quality of life. According to a recent study, a driver in Miami spends an average of 69 hours a year stuck in traffic. And according to another study, whether you're walking, taking public transit, of which we have very little, or driving Miami's working families endure one of the worst commutes in the United States. Instead of spending time with family, instead of being at school, instead of contributing to our economy, my constituents are stuck in traffic. This bill will make a difference. It funds infrastructure to reduce gridlock and addresses bottlenecks, including through synchronizing traffic lights, and makes roads smarter and safer for all of us, including pedestrians and bicyclists. This bill keeps our cargo moving at our nation's ports, like the Port of Miami, which I also represent, and it invests in schools and affordable housing. It includes, it increases broadband access, it protects access to safe drinking water, it modernizes healthcare facilities, it prioritizes green, resilient carbon, reducing infrastructure, and will give our economy a much needed stimulus. And I'm proud to have advocated for so many of these provisions through several testimonies to these committees of jurisdiction, and I congratulate my colleagues for putting together this extraordinary legislation. That saying, I want to make it clear, Mr. Davis, that I support your amendment on raising the cap on private activity bonds. In my district, public-private partnerships are absolutely critical for our future. And I was hoping that that amendment could be included as part of the manager's amendment. If not, I will join you and many of my colleagues in offering it as an independent bill at some point. And finally, let me say something about marijuana, because Mr. Gates and I have a bill that takes marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 for purposes of research. We need to do research on marijuana. There's no question about it. These states are moving quickly with the assumption that it makes a difference in terms of healthcare, and we just don't have the research to justify that decision making. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back with strong support for this bill.
Thank you very much. Ms. Matsui.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I really want to thank all the witnesses today. And I really want to especially thank the chairman and particularly Chairman DeFazio, who I know put a great deal of work in this. I am so excited about this comprehensive infrastructure bill. We've always been talking about this, and the fact of the matter is we haven't had a really good infrastructure bill until probably since we were little kids in the 50s. So it's time now. We can't remain competitive in the 21st century without modern, efficient infrastructure. Unfortunately, our roads, bridges, airports, and schools are really falling behind. We know that. In fact, the American Society of Civil Engineers has given our nation's infrastructure a D+, which is pretty bad. And we have more than 56,000 structurally deficient bridges, and 20% of our highways are in absolutely poor condition. This is really unacceptable. HR 2 makes a transformational investment in our country's infrastructure that revitalize the backbone of our country while improving safety, reducing pollution, and getting Americans back to work. To address our crumbling roads, the bill authorizes $300 billion for construction and maintenance of federal highways and bridges. HR 2 also includes provisions to reinforce a commitment to address our climate crisis. It provides more than $70 billion to expand renewable energy sources, strengthen clean energy infrastructure, and develop an electric vehicle charging network. The Invest in America Act gives us an opportunity to modernize our failing infrastructure, revitalize schools and hospitals, and get more Americans connected to the internet. We saw the need of this, especially during this pandemic, how very important it was to have us connected. So for Americans to remain the global center of innovation, we must have 21st century infrastructure. I look forward to the passage of this bill tomorrow, and I strongly support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I think the chair is going to have to temporarily recess because we're having some technical problems with the feed. I want to make sure this should hopefully not take only a couple of minutes.
So without objection.
Without objection.
Committee stands.
May I ask? I would assume that I've been questioned by every member of the committee now, so I can leave.
Yeah, if everybody can hear me, does anyone have any other questions for the panel? All right, well, whether they can hear me or not, I assume there's none. The panel is dismissed. The committee's going to stand in recess for just a few minutes. Subject, yeah, without objection. So we have our next panel. I want to welcome our next panel. Ms. Jackson Lee, Mr. Sablan, Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Peters, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Waters, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, Mr. Calvert, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Brownlee, Mr. Wahlberg. Ms. Jackson Lee, you can begin.
Thank you. I'm trying to start my video up. I can't sending my video. Can you see me?
Yes, you can.
Oh, but I can't see myself. Let me indicate how grateful I have this opportunity. Is but I put it here because it is a monument.
Sheila, excuse me, your voice keeps on going in and out. I don't know if there's a problem with your audio.
Okay, I have it pressed. Can you hear?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you now.
Stop moving things around. I came back to Washington in the mid of COVID-19, impacting negatively in a very drastic way my congressional district, my state, my city. For this moment, because it is so historic, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio and all of the members of the Transportation Committee, for this historic moment. Long overdue, and I would thank the Rules Committee for a very instructive moment. I also want to, with a good spirit of bipartisanship, take note of the fact that with the hours that were spent in the committee, I know that there was a great effort, as we did with the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, to allow relevant and important and potent amendments to come in. So I believe that we've worked very hard in this Congress to be bipartisan. On this issue, it is enormous. I have amendment number 310. I will speak more extensively about the amendments that I hope that you will consider either as management or en bloc. It is very important to our district. 310 mentions the importance of taking in historic considerations, historic preservation consideration, and transportation construction. In my state of Texas, it is roads, roads, roads. It is highway, highway, highway. They have not turned the corner for climate change. They continue to stand in line for highway dollars. And the vulnerable people and the people in my constituency become the victims. So amendment number 313 is a sense of Congress that the planned improvements along I-45 corridor shall include provisions of housing and relocation assistance to the impacted area, remediation of impacts to environmental, economic, and places of historic significance. The local community persons have been fighting this and fighting this. They're not at a point where anyone is listening to them. Because in Texas, highway infrastructure improvements in the state of Texas have relied too often on pushing major highway construction projects to widen freeways and roads instead of prudent and sustained investments in state-of-the-art mass transit systems to meet the transportation needs of urban residents. They go through areas of concentrated poverty and they give them no relief. And this particular project, over the years, have been going along, has not changed its construction, and it has made changes to I-59, I-10, I-45 to take up more than 500 homes along Buffalo Bayou and Fifth Ward, as well as going into the historic Independence Heights, and really altering neighborhoods over the decades. So my amendment is asking on the sense of Congress that it is strongly encouraged that planners consider the merits and cost effectiveness of all of this destruction and engage with our community. I submit into the record an article from the Houston Chronicle. Interstate 45 realignment would cut through a historic Black neighborhood in Houston. We have not gotten relief. I asked the Rules Committee to allow that amendment to be in. Amendment number 310 is an amendment I've been working on for a long time, and I want to thank the staff of the Transportation Committee over the years for working with me on some of these issues. But it is a reduction of fatalities. Not later than 18 months after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of Transportation shall establish a program to reduce nationally the incidences of fatalities involving persons engaged in travel by means of bicycles, scooters, walking, jogging, or other forms of bimodal transportation. The state of Texas and Houston has very stark numbers as it relates to bicycle incidences and pedestrian with attempting to be climate sensitive and then losing their life to other transportation. Let me move quickly to 311. The 311 amendment deals with the situation of COVID-19, dealing with the funding, I believe, for other aspects of the airports that were not considered. This amendment requires a report from the FAA on those areas of the airport that have not received any COVID-19 related funding and requires prioritizing of funding for these areas. And that includes the parking lots, parking service, where there are a lot of employees impacted, and they've been impacted drastically and have been considered in COVID-19, like us with that assistance. Let me also indicate that our metro has been struggling to develop a metro plan to finally get a mobility plan that has been rejected over decades, that I've been on the floor trying to get a mass transit plan, and it has been rejected over the years. We're just beginning to try and do that, and there was a very difficult amendment that was also offered in the committee. I'm willing to offer this one and withdraw it. It's number 331, but it has to do with a very specific request, and that is to direct FTA to include hot lanes under the high intensity motor bus program and thus restore funding to Metro and other affected systems. They are not included. We have a motor bus system using hot lanes, which is our beginning attempt to build on a mass transit, and we certainly hope that there may be a way that I can work with staff that would possibly be able to be acted on. Let me quickly go to amendment number 333, which is an important amendment to our metro system as well. And that is that this would address what is in current law found in section 5309I, Title 49, which enables a project sponsor to put together a group of interrelated, locally funded projects into a program for development under the Federal Transit Administration's Capital Investment Grant. We have programs that have been supported by local tax dollars. We had to do it when we were rebuffed years ago over and over again by those here from Texas who blocked Houston getting mass transit. And so we would appreciate if in this amendment, our projects locally funded could be put together as a group of locally funded projects into a program for development under the FTA's Capital Investment Grant Program, and that we would not lose out on the opportunity for those funds because we started out by using local funds. Because again, as I said, we are working very hard to try and build a mass transit program in Houston. Number 332 is an amendment would make the Metro Next plan of projects eligible to use a local share credit for the Safe to Lou project. And again, we have been working hard over the decades. If anyone has seen me on the floor of the House, over a number of members who have on the other side of the aisle who blocked Metro getting transit. We're finally where we would like to be, and we would like very much to either work with the committee and work with the staff going to the floor to get some sense of this legislation in. Again, please help me with the I-45 amendment because it is moving and there's no sensitivity to the horrible impact that this bricks and mortar highways are having with the inner city neighborhoods. And the inner city neighborhoods have been working with a number of groups trying to be heard on this matter. So again, I thank you for the amendments that I've offered. I appreciate them being able to be in and unblock matter. They're very important to our constituents. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sablan. You have to unmute Mr. Sablan.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Paul. The amendment I have three amendments. One, number 20, Sublon 125, I have offered simply authorizes appropriations legislation that has been carried out the past 10 years. My amendment codifies the annual reservations of 1.5% of State Drinking Water Act funding for the U.S. territories. This 1.5% level for the territories is already included annually in appropriations legislation covering the drinking water state revolving fund every year since 2010. Current law authorizes only 1/3 of 1%, and prior to fiscal year 2010, my district, the Northern Mariana Islands, along with Guam, American Samoa, and the United States Virgin Islands, all shared that amount, just 0.33% of annual Safe Drinking Water Act funding. Thankfully, since 2010, we were able to increase funding to 1.5%, and it has been a tremendous help to improve the drinking water systems in the insular areas. The one island in particular, the island of Saipan in the Northern Mariana Islands, still remains the only United States municipality without access to 24-hour potable water, a serious public health issue. Although so much progress has been made since funding increased a decade ago, while still not reliably potable, nearly all households on Saipan now have 24-hour water. Much more work is needed, however, to improve and modernize the water infrastructure in the islands. In 2015, the Environmental Protection Agency reported to Congress how much is needed to bring our insular area water systems up to the national standard. About 200 million for the Marianas alone, and about 300 million each for Guam and American Samoa. We absolutely cannot afford to go back. My amendment will simply authorize the current appropriations level and lessen the annual funding uncertainty. Similarly, the bill before us, H.R. 2, codifies the 1.5% annual reservation of available Clean Water Act state revolving funds for the territories. And this percentage of funding has also been included in annual appropriations since fiscal year 2010. And the additional funding has provided much needed resources to support our public wastewater system. My simple no-cost amendment does the same for Safe Drinking Water Act funds. I ask that this amendment be found in order. The amendment number 23 sublon 124 is another simple technical correction that allows ferry boat formula program funds and territorial highway program funds to be used for public ferries between two U.S. territories. Currently, utilization of ferry boat or territorial highway funds are limited. The funds may be used for public ferries that operate within a U.S. state or territory. So, for instance, the funds could be used for a service between Seattle and Bainbridge Island, Washington, within state ferries. Or the funds could be used for service between the islands of St. Thomas, and St. John in the Virgin Islands, within territory ferries. Also, ferry boat funds may be used for public ferries that operate between two adjoining U.S. states, say from Delaware to New Jersey. The funds can even be used for ferries between a U.S. state and a foreign country, from Maine to Canada, and that's fine. But here is the problem. Those same funds cannot be used for public ferries between two U.S. territories. So even though in my district, the Northern Mariana Islands, we could use federal ferry boat or highway funds for a ferry south from the island of Saipan to the island of Tinian, then on to the island of Rota, we would have to stop right there. We could not use the same federally funded ferry to go the additional 30 miles to the U.S. island territory of Guam. That would be territory to territory travel, and that is not allowed, an allowable use of ferry boat or highway funds in current law. Now, what is the rationale for a national transportation policy that does not support travel between two nearby United States territories? Do we really want a transportation policy that supports ferries from the US to Canada but does not support ferries from point to point within the United States? That does not make sense. So the amendment makes the necessary technical correction to allow for travel between two territories. And to be clear, my amendment does not alter the amount of money authorized for the ferry operation. My amendment simply fixes an anomaly in federal transportation law. I urge my colleagues to support this no-cost, common-sense amendment to H.R. 2. And finally, Mr. Chairman, numbers 264 sublon 127 incorporates the text of my bill, H.R. 1809 to H.R. 2, the Moving Forward Act. Co-sponsors to my bill include all territorial delegates and Ms. Norton of D.C. H.R. 1809 is a bipartisan legislation that was reported out of the Natural Resources Committee by unanimous consent in July of last year. It also passed the House last Congress by unanimous consent, though the Senate failed to act. This amendment simply gives the insular areas and the District of Columbia the same base funding as states under the Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson Acts. This is similar to the changes to the Land and Water Conservation Fund that Congress approved and was enacted into law in 2019. Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson support a variety of conservation, education, and recreation programs at no cost to taxpayers. However, while current law guarantees every state a 1% Pittman-Robertson share, Puerto Rico is capped at a quarter of 1%, and the other territories receive just 0.167%. Similarly, Dingell-Johnson provides each state with a minimum of 1% funding, while the District of Columbia and territories only get 1/3 of 1%. My amendment would correct this inequity, and it would improve conservation and restoration projects and help bolster recreation programs in the non-state areas of our country. Again, I ask the committee's consent and an agreement to include these amendments in the bill. I ask if possible, the three amendments be adopted en bloc as a manager's amendment into HR 2. I yield my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today and to the members of the committee, Ranking Member Cole, and all of the others. I want to comment on the HR 2. It does help build our crumbling roads, schools, transit systems, as well as deploy broadband nationwide and connecting our rural and underserved areas. Really an important bill, and appreciate all the work you're doing in making it happen. However, one of the critical components of our infrastructure, the American Maritime Highway, remains largely unchanged under this bill. My amendment would make a massive investment in this underinvested, essential component of our infrastructure without using any tax dollars. Our U.S. flagged international fleet, comprised of commercial vessels built and flagged in the United States and owned and operated by U.S. citizens, is in a serious state of decline. This important force has dwindled from 1,200 ships just after World War II to less than 80 today. Only 1% of America's ocean-going foreign trade travels on U.S. flagged vessels, and even fewer are made in U.S. yards with U.S. produced components. As chairman of the Armed Services Committee on Readiness, I know that our country is not ready for a large-scale, near-peer conflict because of this decline in domestic shipping capacity. We simply will not be able to get our men and equipment to where they need to go. We simply cannot rely on foreign ships, most of which are now owned by China. So we give China a phone call, say, hey, we want to send some of our troops over to the Pacific. Do you mind sending some ships to help us? We got a problem here. With crude oil exports restrictions lifted in December 2015, our domestic national gas production booming, U.S. exports are projected to increase substantially in the coming years. We're going to ship a lot of oil and gas overseas. We could do this on American-built ships, just requiring that a small percentage of those ships, of that export, be on American-built ships. We would probably build 30 or 40 ships over the next 15 to 20 years in American shipyards, employing Americans, employing American businesses of all kinds, from people who make engines to people who make steel. And we could do all of this without taxpayer dollars. So that's why we introduced in 2014 the Energizing American Shipbuilding Bill, and this bill has been heard in multiple committees. This bill is bipartisan support here in the House of Representatives. It is bicameral support in the Senate by both Republicans and Democrats. And I would ask that you include this in HR 2 as one of the significant infrastructure investments that we can and should make here in the United States, making our shipyards, keeping our shipyards busy, keeping our manufacturers of everything from pumps to engines and fuel systems of all kinds. So with this piece of legislation, we can expand the infrastructure of the United States. We can take the HR 2 from
very, very important issues of roads, streets, trains, broadband, and add to it the maritime systems of the United States and make America once again a strong maritime nation. So I'd ask for your support on it. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. And as I said before, this bill has been around a long time and has gained support both in the Senate with both Democrats and Republicans, and in the House with both Democrats, Republicans, including the chairman of the two relevant committees, T&I and Commerce. So with that, I'll
Thank you.
withdraw and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak on behalf of two amendments today. The first to encourage more housing to be built, excuse me, along large transit projects. Many of our older cities are ideally suited for mass transit, where intensive land use density predates the automobile and where parking is inconvenient or impossible. But in cities that are more newly developing, like San Diego, and as all cities grow geographically, it's sometimes a challenge to match the alignment of the growing transit systems to the origins and the destinations they're intended to serve. If our transit projects aren't near homes and jobs, they're less competitive with the automobile. That means fewer transit riders, and that's bad for the environment because we don't get people out of their cars, and it's bad for taxpayers because we don't get the best fare box recovery and return on our federal investment. And in the face of a climate crisis and a debt crisis, that's not acceptable. We can easily do more, however, by using the federal government's significant leverage to improve future performance. When I was a city council member 15 years ago, our region competed for New Start's funding for a light rail extension. We call it the Mid-Coast Trolley, between downtown San Diego and our largest business district, near the area near the University of California, San Diego, known as University City. The federal government asked us for good engineering plans and matching funds, which our voters approved, but they never asked us for any assurance about what we would build near the light rail stations, land uses that might boost ridership and fare box recovery. Today, the Mid-Coast is well under construction. It looks great. It's due to open next year, but most of the stations are surrounded by surface parking lots, and some aren't even zoned for housing. Now, if part of the competition for federal money back then had involved locals committing to accommodate transit-friendly land uses, even just zoning changes that required no additional tax money, our region might today be building a bunch of affordable and market rate units near our $2 billion light rail project that will be ready for when it opened, with lower requirements for things like on-site parking, which can lower housing costs and increase transit ridership in itself. A large federal transit project can cost the federal government anywhere between $200 million and $1 billion. And to ensure that this taxpayer money is spent wisely, the federal government should ask localities to commit to planning development around our transit corridors as part of the competition for these hundreds of millions of federal taxpayer dollars. My bipartisan bill, the Build More Housing Near Transit Act, which I introduced with Representatives McMorris, Rogers, Heck, and Gallagher, would require every applicant to conduct a housing feasibility assessment as part of the economic development criteria. And based on that assessment, local jurisdictions would have to commit to changing land use policies in a project station area to accommodate more housing. I want to thank the committee staff for including some of the measures from my bill in HR 2. These incentives, along with new direct support for transit-oriented development, constitute unprecedented incentives to build housing near transit, making communities more sustainable and walkable and less dependent on fossil fuels. My amendment number 173, which is co-sponsored by Representatives McMorris, Rogers, and Heck, seeks to supplement what's in HR 2 by requiring applicants to obtain a memorandum of understanding with local agencies to adjust land use policies to accommodate more housing in exchange for all this helpful federal money. We can't say we're in a climate crisis or in a fiscal crisis and be satisfied with the status quo. And without additional costs, we can use federal leverage to make real lasting changes that would improve quality of life, reduce pollution, and maximize return on investment. Why wouldn't we act? The concept in my bill is supported by national housing and planning organizations, including the American Planning Association, LISC, the National Association of Home Builders, Prosperity Now, Up for Growth Action, and more. They understand that building housing near transit is imperative for the success of that transit. So I hope you'll consider that amendment and also to be heard on the House floor. I'm also introducing an amendment with my friend Adam Smith that helps agencies deal with the fallout from the coronavirus's staggering impact on public transportation ridership. Capital investment grants, particularly core capacity grants, factor in current ridership members as part of the application. For core capacity, an applicant can't proceed in the program if it can't show 95% ridership. And obviously that's going to be an impossible threshold to reach using data collected during the current pandemic. My amendment number 197 allows the project sponsor to ask to use data collected from before the pandemic to demonstrate ridership levels. It's a common sense measure that'll prevent transit agencies from being further handicapped by the pandemic, will allow construction projects to move forward more quickly without unnecessary delays. I hope you can support that amendment. My thanks to the American Public Transportation Association, or APTA, in helping me craft the amendment, and I'm thankful to the Transportation Infrastructure Committee for their support and good work, and I thank you for your time, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I have two amendments, 19 and 21, which again, I've submitted written testimony, and I'll summarize as you requested, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 19 was offered with Congressman John Larson and Congressman Steve Lynch. It's a friendly amendment, I believe, to the housing assistance, the housing infrastructure section of this bill, which basically allows as an eligible use for the community development block grant portion to allow for activities designed to preserve existing housing by remediation of iron sulfide or other minerals causing housing degradation. And again, since it's within CDBG, that means it will be only for individuals who are low income and moderate income. As I think the chairman knows, because we've talked about this, there's been an unexpected event that stems from Quebec, Canada, all the way through New England, where a strain of geologic pyrite deposits has been unfortunately showing up in concrete aggregate. And the way that unfolds is that basically when it's exposed to moisture, the iron sulfide pyrite rusts, and the concrete is compromised, and the house foundation crumbles. It costs about $150,000 for a single family house to remediate that. You have to basically get a house jack, lift the house up, remove the foundation, re-pour a new foundation, and drop it back down. It's an uninsurable loss that's been litigated to the Connecticut Supreme Court, which again determined that since property casualty policies only require only cover sudden collapse.
Courtney, can you just hold one second? Can everybody please mute your line so that Mr. Courtney and others? Thank you.
Great. So again, it basically, these types of situations have been rendered uninsurable. The state of Connecticut has stepped up and provided some relief. Again, this amendment would allow CDBG to at least use it for repairing either homes or condominiums, again, only for individuals that are means tested under the basic rules of CDBG. Again, we have support from some of the stakeholders in Connecticut who are in the housing arena. Just so you know, pyrite actually has presence throughout the country. We got a map through the National Geologic Survey. And so again, this is a problem that could crop up in other parts of the country. So again, we would ask that folks allow this amendment to be amended. We've had good conversations with committee staff at Financial Services. And again, it's our understanding based on our last communications that they do not have a big objection to this being included in the CDBG portion of the housing infrastructure. The second amendment, number 21, is an amendment which was submitted by all the members of the Connecticut delegation. The statement which I issued basically also is, for the record, was signed off by Congresswoman Jahana Hayes. And basically, it's a surgical modification to Connecticut's truck weight limits, which only for agricultural suppliers that bring in, silage, fertilizer, different products that are used in farming in Connecticut. Again, our weight limit in the state of Connecticut is 80,000 pounds. That is a vestige that goes back to the 1990s. Our neighboring states, Massachusetts, are 127,000 pounds. New York goes up to 143,000 pounds. This amendment would allow agricultural products up to 100,000 only, so they would still be lower than our neighboring states to allow those products to go on interstates. This is an amendment that's supported by the governor of the state of Connecticut, Ned Lamont. We have, again, buy-in from the Connecticut State Department of Transportation, as well as the state police, who we've had good conversations with. Again, just to clarify the point, because I realize truck weights gets people pretty excited, but the State Department of Transportation basically has a permitting process that would require regulatory approval for any truck that's going through there to ensure that vulnerable roads and bridges are protected from increased weights. In 2015, the FAST bill allowed dairy liquids to go up to 100,000 pounds. And again, that adjustment has been in operation now for 5 years. There's been no reported problems, and this basically would just extend it to agricultural supplies. This amendment is supported by the Connecticut Farm Bureau, the American Farm Bureau, the National Milk Producers Federation, the Motor Transport Association of Connecticut. Again, it is just to try and harmonize better the weight limit disparity that exists in New England, which again, just we're a compact place, and it's very disruptive and very expensive to farmers because they end up having to basically get more trucks to bring in the same quantity of material that transports through Massachusetts and New York. So again, it has the support of our entire delegation, as well as the state and local officials. The Connecticut General Assembly back in 2013 actually voted unanimously to incorporate this change. And again, it's really just subject to federal approval, which this amendment would achieve. So with that, I would yield, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to address the committee.
Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I'm honored to be speaking before the Rules Committee, obviously for the very first time, and I want to thank the panel for the opportunity to discuss my amendment number 150. From 2011 to 2017, California experienced one of the most severe droughts in the history of the state. Its residents and businesses were forced to significantly reduce their water usage, and the state's economy, particularly the agricultural sector, experienced enormous losses. According to some estimates, the total direct statewide economic losses due to agriculture rose to almost $4 billion for 2014 to 2016 alone. In 2016, Leader McCarthy and Senator Feinstein came together and struck a deal on what was called the WIN Act, or the Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation Act, in order to help protect against a repeat of the devastation in future droughts. The WIN Act was a success, was intended to help address the serious water problems in my home state throughout most of California, and also to modernize our nation's water infrastructure. The California water provisions found under Title III, Subtitle J of the WIN Act are meant to ensure a stable and reliable water supply for the state by funding water recycling and desalination projects, increasing storage capacities, and streamlining water infrastructure projects. And these provisions are set to expire in 2021. So my amendment would simply reauthorize these bipartisan California water provisions through fiscal year 2028. And while we can't allow ourselves to fall into the trap of believing that just because California's had a lucky few years here with good rainfall, that will continue throughout in perpetuity. And the provisions of the WIN Act, specifically the ones I described, are still definitely needed. Allowing these provisions to expire would put the state at great risk during dry periods to come, which will certainly come. We cannot rely on Mother Nature to simply take care of our beautiful state. In short, the WIN Act represents a success that Congress can achieve when both sides of the aisle come together to address serious and pressing public policy issues. We cannot let the WIN Act fall victim to the partisanship that has consumed us in recent years. And California residents and business owners definitely depend on this amendment Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time and will obviously love to answer any questions relative to this amendment.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me, Chairman McGovern and ranking member, for providing me the opportunity to testify on my 4 amendments to HR 2. Those amendments, the first of all, will help territories funding and will help Puerto Rico Highway block grant, water infrastructure, and drought resiliency, safety through training measures for commercial drivers, and require a study for offshore wind development in the territories as well. Amendment 52 will make Puerto Rico an eligible applicant location for the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart grants, as well as its drought resiliency project grants. Many of you may not know that Puerto Rico is currently the only territory and non-contiguous jurisdiction in the United States where these competitive award grants are not available. That means that these programs will provide federal cost share funding for water and energy efficiency projects, as well as to increase resiliency to drought by funding the on-ground projects that improve water management flexibility during periods of low water supply. Actually, right now in Puerto Rico, we are having a rationalizing the water system. Much of the 59% of the water produced in Puerto Rico right now, or about 299 million gallons of water, is lost through the deficient distribution system. This situation is further complicated by our vulnerability to droughts. In fact, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, 77% of the island is currently under dry conditions, and 59% is experiencing moderate drought. That means that rationing that is happening today will be addressed if we are allowed to participate in this program that the rest of the territories and the states got the opportunity to do so. So that's my first amendment. Actually, Hawaii, Alaska, and the rest of the territories are eligible under the water smart and drought resiliency projects, not Puerto Rico. And my second amendment will be 299 that will increase the Puerto Rico and territorial highway block grants for roads, bridges, and safety every year by $200 million over the tax base to bring equal treatment between Puerto Rico and the rest of the states. I want to say thank you to Congresswoman Chalala, Fitzpatrick, and others that are co-sponsors of this amendment. Using the same metrics you're using in the states for the Federal Highway Administration, if we were treated as a state, the island would receive roughly more than $431 million a year. Right now, we're just receiving $200 million a year. So this will increase using the same metrics, federal highway lane miles, and other principal bridge areas, and among others. With this information, if we compare the American Society of Civil Engineers gave the island D minus in infrastructure because of the failures of Hurricane Irma and Maria. So if we are investing in America, let's just do that, allowing us to have that competitiveness. And my third amendment, which is 300, would allow Puerto Rico to issue commercial driver license to motor carriers to be eligible to receive commercial driver's license improvement program grants. I want to say thank you to Chairman DeFazio that is supporting this amendment. And also the Puerto Rico Public Services Bureau in order to improve the skills, knowledge, and safety of those who want to operate commercial motor vehicles to the higher standards. In order to have this CDL, an applicant must pass both skills and knowledge testing to these higher standards. And these people will meet a higher standard when operating any type of motor vehicle on public roads. So that means that having these standards in Puerto Rico will help increase the confidence among those who want to invest in business in Puerto Rico, or people that are moving to the island or leaving the island, by ensuring that they will have the skills allowing them to automatically be qualified to find a work, or given the current driver shortage in the nation that is happening. This amendment will also allow Puerto Rico a 5-year grace period to come into compliance and provides immediate eligibility for grants to expedite this process. My last amendment, Amendment 324, will add the text of the Offshore Wind Territories Act. That was a bipartisan bill introduced by Representatives Sablan, Wagen, Plaskett, Soto, and this will allow the federal law to study the potential to authorize offshore wind energy development in the exclusive economic zone adjacent to the 5 U.S. territories. Additionally, it will establish a dedicated fund for coral reef conservation and a direct portion of the offshore wind revenues back into local communities. HR 1014 was reported unanimously out of the Natural Resources Committee last year. During the last Congress, an identical bill passed the House under suspension. And if enacted, Offshore Wind Territories Act will create jobs, address a lot of high energy prices in the territories, and help our reliance end our reliance in foreign petroleum imports. So that's the reason we're supporting this study. I asked the committee to adopt my 4 amendments as a way to provide resources to the concern I just described. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Perlmutter, are you going to have us just all go as in the last group to vote, or how do you want to?
Yes.
How do you want to do that?
I
Okay.
want to get through this panel. The panel may have to come back because I'm not sure we'll be able to get to questions in time to get through it. But I mean, panelists that have already testified, you may want to go and vote right now. But if you could come back in about 15 minutes, that would be helpful. And we'll get through this panel, and then we'll recess for a few minutes. We'll all vote, and then we'll come back and go from there. Okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Calvert.
Yes, thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. My amendment is number 168. The underlying bill imposes new mandates, red tape that will make it more difficult, more expensive, and take longer to build congestion relief projects that add capacity to our transportation infrastructure, in my opinion. This amendment would strike those unnecessary mandates, allow states and localities to use gas tax dollars on roads and highways as they see fit to address their transportation needs. In the area I represent, that means providing relief to commuters stuck in traffic by expanding the capacity of our roads and freeways. I'm all for finding and supporting alternatives to passenger cars, but the current and foreseeable reality for the overwhelming majority of constituents I represent involves commuting to work in a car on our roads and our highways. If you believe increasing the capacity of our roads only leads to more traffic, I would suggest you campaign on removing lanes from the highways and see how that works out. Wouldn't work out well for me, I know that. We already peel away gas tax dollars to invest in many cases subsidized public transportation throughout the country, which I generally support. The gas tax dollars that remain for actual road and highway improvements should not be encumbered with the additional restrictions imposed by the underlying legislation. I urge to support frustrated commuters stuck in traffic across the country and make my amendment order. Now, what on this, not a subject of this amendment, I want to note that with the previous testimony provisions that were included in HR 2 with the Republican input, my California colleagues have been working to reauthorize the bipartisan WEN Act. I'm pleased to co-sponsor our newest member, California's Representative Mike Garcia's amendment to do just that. I commend his leadership on securing water for California. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Brownlee. You have to unmute, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate you giving me a little time. I support HR 2 overwhelmingly. I have a few amendments for your consideration. The first amendment that I want to talk to you about today is my amendment to set a national goal for transitioning to zero emission buses. Specifically, my amendment will require that beginning in 2029, all new buses purchased using federal funds be zero emission buses. As you may know, most buses have a life of roughly 12 years, so the amendment provides a very long phase-in period for zero emission buses. In fact, if a transit agency buys a fossil fuel powered bus in 2028, it likely would not need to replace that bus until 2040. So setting the 2029 goal for beginning our transition seems to me a very reasonable timeline for transitioning transit fleets. I've introduced an amendment to address dam safety. The FEMA High Hazard Dams program was created several years ago to address dam safety issues. When the program was originally created, Congress included language prohibiting dams with hydroelectric generation capacity from eligibility. However, across the country, there are a number of dams with small hydropower features which were not constructed for the purpose of providing power, and they do not generate actual profits. My amendment would permit dams with small hydroelectric generation capacity, 1,500 kilowatts or less, to be eligible to apply for FEMA high hazard dam grant programs. My amendment would also increase the authorization level for the FEMA high hazard dams program to $600 million annually to address the significant backlog and dam maintenance needs nationwide. I've also introduced an amendment to improve upon the requirements in HR 2 for the federal government fleet to become more fuel efficient. Specifically, my amendment would require that medium and heavy duty vehicles acquired by federal agencies be zero emission vehicles to the maximum extent possible. I've introduced an amendment to also improve federal government energy usage, which would require the federal government to purchase more renewable energy to power federal buildings. And last but certainly not least, I have introduced two amendments that will eliminate bureaucratic hurdles in the VA's leasing process and align the VA lease process with the process used by GSA for all other federal facilities. Under current law, every major medical facility lease within the VA, leases which incur yearly rental cost of over $1 million made by the VA must be specifically authorized by Congress through legislation. For many years, Congress authorized leases routinely. However, in 2012, the Congressional Budget Office changed its method of scoring VA lease authorization legislation. Instead of scoring the annual cost of the lease, CBO scores reflect the cost of the duration of the lease, often 20 years or more. For instance, CBO now scores a 20-year lease, which costs $5 million a year at $100 million in the first year. CBO's new scoring mechanism has made it very difficult for the House and Senate Veteran Affairs Committee to authorize new facility leases. This is despite the fact that the funds are accounted for under the annual discretionary budget caps and appropriated annually. This has led to a bizarre situation where Congress has appropriated funds for VA medical facilities, but the VA can't actually lease the facilities. While Congress is bogged down in the bureaucratic dispute, the demand for VA healthcare is increasing, and many veterans trying to access VA care face long wait times and crumbling infrastructure at outdated VA clinics and medical centers. My bill offers a simple solution to this dilemma. It would allow major medical facility leases to be authorized by a committee resolution rather than legislation. This is the same process used previously by the House and Senate, and it is the same process currently used for other agency leases that are executed by the General Services Administration. This more rational approach would ensure that veterans have access to needed healthcare facilities and will address the unacceptable wait times faced by many of our veterans in underserved communities. Again, I offer two amendments to this. The first simply fixes the authorization. The second would authorize the outstanding VA facilities that have not been appropriated. And with that, I will yield back and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you. Chairman McGovern, can you hear me?
Yes.
Always making sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chairman and Ranking Member Cole, for the opportunity to testify today before you on behalf of my amendment. Maybe the shortest, most simple amendment that you'll hear thus far. I submitted it along with my fellow Motorcycle Caucus co-chair, Dr. Burgess, an esteemed member of your committee. My amendment is a very straightforward, simple amendment. It simply adds mode of transportation to the criteria of data for collection on traffic stops under Section 3005 grant program to prohibit racial profiling. As co-chair of the Congressional Motorcycle Caucus and an avid motorcycle rider myself, I share this passion with millions of other riders from across the nation who come from all walks of life. In an extended ride on my Harley yesterday afternoon, my wife and I waved to many, many fellow motorcyclists as diverse as the bikes we ride. And I doubt if any could have picked out that one motorcycle carried a congressional couple. We were dressed like other motorcyclists and enjoying our time on the road. Unfortunately, according to a 2016 survey conducted by the Motorcycle Profiling Project, approximately 50% of motorcycle riders felt that they had been profiled by law enforcement at least once. While I support law enforcement taking these actions on the basis of violation of law, I'm concerned about law enforcement profiling absent any wrongdoing. Let me be clear, the profiling of an individual based on their race, ethnicity, the type of clothing they are wearing, or any other presumed stereotype is not acceptable and is harmful to that individual's due process. Including the type of vehicle stopped by law enforcement would provide more robust information for analysis on traffic stops. Understanding not only who is being stopped, but what type of vehicle they are in or on is a common sense addition to this program and will bring increased awareness to an issue that is affecting many of our constituents with hopes of finding a solution. I hope you'll consider positively adding this simple amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And last but not least, Ms. Waters. And let me just say this, after Ms. Waters testifies, we're going to take a 15-minute break to vote. I'd ask the witnesses to come back if there's any questions. But I think that's probably the wisest way for us to proceed. So Ms. Waters, we yield to you. You need to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can hear me now. I'd like to thank my colleague, Chairman Jim McGovern, Ranking Member Tom Cole, and all of the members of the Rules Committee for allowing me to testify today on HR 2, the Moving Forward Act. As the chairwoman of the Services Committee, I worked very hard on the division of this bill that addresses financial services and housing infrastructure. I commend Chairman Peter DeFazio, Chair of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, for working together with me and other committee chairs to develop a wide-ranging bill that addresses so many of the infrastructure needs in communities across the nation. I'm proud that this bill includes programs that fall within the jurisdiction of several House committees. On the Financial Services Division.
I think we're having
One amendment would assist airport concessionaires, many of whom are small, disadvantaged, and minority-owned businesses. My amendment requires airport sponsors that receive supplemental funding for airports to provide financial relief to airport concessionaires experiencing economic hardship and to show good faith efforts to provide relief to socially and economically disadvantaged businesses. This amendment is similar to a provision that was included in the CARES Act, The original version of my amendment would have required relief for fiscal years 2021 through 25, which are the 5 years for which HR 2 authorizes supplemental airport funding. At the suggestion of the staff of the Aviation Subcommittee of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I revised my amendment to limit the concessionaire's relief to fiscal year 2021. Airport concessionaires are small businesses that are completely dependent upon thriving airports and a robust demand for air travel. As the coronavirus pandemic continues to wreak havoc on the aviation industry in the United States and around the world, airport concessionaires are continuing to suffer. They need additional relief. My revised amendment provides them 1 additional year of desperately needed relief. My other amendment would improve transparency and reporting in the Department of Transportation's Disadvantaged Businesses Enterprise. The amendment requires states to report on the extent to which small businesses in the DBE program actually receive grants, contracts, or subcontracts using DOT funds, and disaggregate the small business data by the categories of gender, race, and ethnicity, and the location within the state. So allow me to thank you, the Rules Committee, for considering my amendments and respectfully request that you allow me to offer these amendments on the House floor. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, thank you very much. And let me again remind everybody, all the witnesses, if you could come back in about 15 minutes in case people have questions. Let me say to my committee members, you can keep your video on, just please mute before walking away. You can log out if you prefer, but do not need to. So you can return in 15 minutes. And then we have like, I think 7 votes here. And so I will work out with Mr. Cole how we should proceed. Again, we want the witnesses to come back for any questions, but after that, it seems that's an awful long time to be in recess because we still have a lot of people to testify. So when we come back in 15 minutes, we can figure out how we'll proceed the rest of the afternoon. So with that, the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. Again, I expect it in 15 minutes if we can. Comes to order. Let me yield to Mr. Cole. I think it's a unanimous consent request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The two unanimous consent requests I have is first, to place into the record the statement of Glenn Thompson, gentleman from Pennsylvania, in support of his amendment, which is number 176. And then I would also, Mr. Chairman, like to place into the record the statement of administration policy on HR 2, which notes that when this bill to be sent to the president's desk, his administrators or his advisors would recommend a veto.
Okay, without objection. And I would like, without objection, to submit for the record a statement from Mr. McNerney, a statement from Ms. Omar, and a statement from Mr. Langevin. Now, I think we still have, I don't hear from the previous panel, Mr. Cole, do you have any questions of the previous panel?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Courtney, are you still there? I'm not sure if Mr. Courtney's coming back, but.
Is it unmuted?
It's unmuted. Yeah, but I would just, I would, without making a decision on whether this amendment's in order, his amendment on the heavier truck size and weights are in order or not, I would just like to introduce for the record a list of groups that are opposed to his second amendment on heavier trucks and sizes and weights. Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, the Center for Auto Safety, Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, Coalition Against Bigger Trucks, the Connecticut State Police Union sent a very strong letter opposed to it, the Consumer Federation of America, Parents Against Tired Truckers, the Teamsters Union is opposed to it, the Trauma Foundation, and the Truck Safety Coalition is against it. And let me just say, as some of you may know, I've been particularly concerned with issues of highway safety for a long time, and I'm particularly sensitive to any changes to federal truck size or weight standards. I even read a letter last month to Chairman DeFazio, which had the support of over 80 members, urging him to oppose any provision in the surface transportation bill that would increase size or weight standards on the interstate. Generally, we don't allow trucks that are heavier than 80,000 pounds on our interstates. And that's not just an arbitrary number. We know that even modest size increases put all motorists at risk, including truck drivers themselves, which is one of the reasons why the Teamsters Union is against this. Because the bigger the truck, the harder it is to stop. And allowing vehicles to weigh up to 100,000 pounds on an interstate is certainly more than a modest increase. So I appreciate that this amendment intends to narrowly address a state-specific issue, but I fear that this may have unintended consequences for eroding highway safety across the country. I mean, if states can negate federal safety standards on their portion of the interstate system, then what's to stop every state from asking for an exemption? We could see a piecemeal erosion of the federal protections until there are no portions that actually adhere to what we know is safe. So whether or not this provision becomes a part of HR 2, I think it is an issue that demands significant and further study. I'd also like to submit for the record a letter from the executive director of the Connecticut State Police Union in opposition to this. And again, we haven't decided yet how this amendment will be dealt with, but I and I appreciate the spirit in which it is offered. But I just have some significant concerns about it. I just thought I should state that for the record as we proceed. Are there any other questions of any of the panelists?
Mr. Chairman,
Who am I hearing from? Who's that?
that's Sheila Jackson Lee, in
Okay.
case there are no questions.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Ms. Jackson Lee, you had a statement
Yes.
or question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me thank you again for allowing me to present my amendments. And as well, let me just summarize to know that the amendments dealing with the metro system are amendments that can apply across the nation to helping cities build their mass transit. But I wanted to, the amendment number 310 dealing with bike safety. I want to acknowledge that it's supported by Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, Transport Workers Union, Consumer Federation of America, Centers for Auto Safety, Consumers for Auto Reliability and Safety, Truck Safety Coalition, Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, and Parents Against Tired Truckers and Trauma Foundation. I'd also ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, if I could submit into the record the Houston Chronicle article regarding my amendment 313. Interstate 45 realignment would cut through a historic neighborhood. This applies to the intrusion of highways in cities and counties across America. 158 houses, 433 apartments or condos, 486 public housing, 340 businesses and churches and others. But I ask unanimous consent to put this article into the record related to 313.
Without objection. Let me
Thank
ask
you.
Anybody on the Republican side have any questions? Mr. Cole already went. Mr. Woodall or Mr. Burgess, Ms. Lesko, anybody? Anyone on the Democratic side have any questions of the panel before I?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I just had a quick question for Ms. Jackson Lee on that 313.
Yes, sir.
On that I-45 construction project, has that been started yet, or is it just in the design phase?
It's in the design phase. We have a local modal organization that has begun to give approval on the local level, seeking to work with just a myriad of communities and neighbors. Has not been done yet. And the state agency, which gets federal dollars to do this, has not been listening to the local community. But no, it is not, no construction begins. It may begin by somewhere after 2021. And that's why I want to get us in a posture to look at all the damage, but also the historic impact, and really to try and find some basis of common ground if they will take into consideration these issues.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Wahlberg, too. On your amendment to add the mode of transportation, did this come up in committee?
As far as I know, no. Probably Representative Burgess could answer that as well. But no, this was just an opportunity to make a simple amendment that addresses the concerns, I think also the concerns we've seen in recent times about profiling that's going on. Just make sure that we ask that question, what mode of transportation was involved? And I think we'll have a better idea for the future of the type of profiling that's going on.
Well, and I can appreciate the amendment and the concern you have. I'm not sure that's the kind of profiling that is being addressed in this section of the bill, which is much more on racial and ethnic kinds of grounds. I think that's the purpose of that, not the mode of transportation. But, the request you're making is not that big a one, because it certainly could be one more little box. Is it a car? Is it a truck? Is it a motorcycle? But,
well, you add that to a minority motorcyclist, and you add a bit more than my wife and I with leathers on that may have our hog patches on the back and a bait patches on. But you add that racial aspect as well as it could be. And there have been communities that have run motorcycle-only checkpoints that can be abused. And I stand strongly against that, as well as profiling in general. But I think it's a good point to make, and I'd sure appreciate you considering.
All right, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony, and thank you for coming back. You are all excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member, Sheila Jackson Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. Now our next panel is Mr. Grothman, Mr. Hearn, Mr. Costa, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Gianforte, Mr. Perry, and Mr. Woodall. Mr. Grothman, why don't you begin?
Oh, wait, they need to be promoted.
We just have to be patient here. I'm going too fast, I'm told.
I just don't think that's true, Mr. Chairman. I will stand up for you against anyone who accuses you of that going forward.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's so reassuring to know I have such friends, and you always have my back.
I have to step out again to go vote.
Okay. Just you just mute and leave your screen on if you could. So you know what? I don't see Mr. Groffman here yet. So Mr. Hearn, I see you. So why don't we begin with you, if that's okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see everyone today. Thank you for allowing me to testify today before your committee. I have 4 amendments to H.R. 2, the Invest in America Act, submitted before your committee today. Infrastructure is a critically important issue to my district, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to represent my constituents by appearing here before you today. As a background, I served 5 years in the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority as a Finance Committee Chair, so I've seen a lot of what it costs to build a road and all the dealings that go with infrastructure as it pertains to the turnpike system in Oklahoma, which is one of the largest in the country. My 4 amendments focus on our country's needs and what should be priorities when it comes to an infrastructure package. First and most important, we all understand and agree that infrastructure is a large expenditure, but a necessary expenditure. However, we must save money where we can. Therefore, I'm submitting the Davis-Bacon amendment. Second, we must speed the process up and get rid of the unnecessary red tape. These projects aren't going to be done overnight, but changes need to be made so projects can start sooner and end faster. And third is that funding should first go to improving existing infrastructure that Americans rely on daily instead of new projects that are not necessary for day-to-day use by Americans. My first amendment, number 348, is commonly referred to as the Davis-Bacon Amendment. Since 1935, the Davis-Bacon Act has placed onerous requirements on all federally funded assisted construction projects, those contracts that total more than $2,000. This red tape is both burdensome for federal contractors and an unnecessary expense to taxpayers. My amendment would disallow any funds from H.R. 2 from being used to implement Davis-Bacon requirements. My amendment is crucial for our country's well-being for many reasons. Prevailing wage requirements like Davis-Bacon drive up construction costs by effectively requiring all contractors to pay the union scale in order to receive a contract. Open shop contractors are effectively barred from competing on price as a result, and taxpayers end up paying as much as 35% more for the same projects. Previous CBO estimates show that repealing Davis-Bacon would save $13 billion over 10 years. At a time when our country's taxpayers and businesses are truly struggling, the federal government should not be getting in the way of progress. I respectfully ask that my amendment be ruled in order. Next, I'd like to discuss amendment number 362, which I submitted for your consideration today. The federal government has an embarrassing track record of unnecessarily delaying construction projects. From an outsider's perspective, it almost seems intentional that the Washington bureaucracy delays much needed infrastructure upgrades and repairs due to unnecessary regulation. Existing projects that simply require upgrades and repairs should not require an additional costly and time-consuming environmental impact study. This current tradition is duplicative and abhorrently wasteful. My amendment simply states that projects that do not change the nature of the specific piece of infrastructure should not need to undergo another environmental impact study and should be deemed approved. It is time to cut the red tape and allow progress to be made on infrastructure that will ensure continued prosperity for millions of Americans. I respectfully ask that my amendment be ruled in order. Additionally, I've submitted number 363 to provide for the expedition of Federal Highway Commission approvals. Time is money. This is especially important to keep in mind when discussing hard-earned taxpayer money. When it comes to infrastructure, we cannot afford to wait a moment longer than necessary before beginning an authorized project. My amendment speeds up the timeline for project approval by requiring that any case in which a state makes an inquiry to the Federal Highway Commission regarding approval for a project and the Federal Highway Commission does not respond to such an inquiry in 90 calendar days, the project shall be deemed to be approved. It is no secret that government bureaucracies take far too long to accomplish anything because of harsh regulations and red tape. In order to improve our nation's infrastructure, swift action is imperative. America is a first world country with third world infrastructure. While the people continue moving forward, they can't afford crumbling roads and bridges slowing them down. By adding this amendment, we will be bypassing the harsh reality of slow processes and begin rebuilding America promptly. The American people do not have the option to slow down. It is time to deliver our end of the deal by providing swift action to rebuild our infrastructure. I respectfully ask my amendment be ruled in order. And finally, I have submitted amendment number 365 to prioritize current public safety initiatives in HR 2. I heard in most of your opening remarks, and I think we can all agree that much of our existing highway infrastructure is outdated, unsafe, and simply unfit for public use. To improve the state of our current infrastructure, we must look at the underlying issue. In most cases, the issue is that our roads and bridges have not been restored in the last 50 years, but rather temporarily fixed using a patchwork system that is not conducive to our country's long-term infrastructure needs. Our crumbling roads and bridges are hazardous to the public, and their repairs must be prioritized before new infrastructure projects can be prioritized. Without this refocusing of our priorities, our existing infrastructure will be continued to deteriorate and will be effectively kicking the can down the road yet again. These are roads and bridges that hardworking Americans rely on every day. They cannot be ignored for the sake of a new infrastructure that will also need attention and funds in the coming years, which will cause new competition for funds that should be going to existing roads and bridges. My amendment states that in order to be eligible to receive funding, a state or unit of local government shall prioritize the strategic priorities of the Federal Highway Administration. I respectfully ask that my amendment be ruled in order, and I thank you for your time, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is Mr. Groffman here yet? Okay. I'm going to go to Mr. Costa. Mr. Costa? I don't see Mr. Costa.
Should be on.
Okay, Mr. Cohen? Let me go to Mr. Gianforte.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you may proceed. Thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you, Chairman McGovern and members of the Rules Committee. I thank you for the opportunity to testify here. I offer a number of amendments. The first one is to correct an oversight in the Bureau of Reclamation that will allow the Kinsey Irrigation Company and Sydney Water Users Irrigation District in Montana to continue to have access to project use power under the PIC Sloan program. Both projects have received project use power for more than 70 years, during that 70-year period, their contracts have.
Mr. Gianforte, can you hold 1 second? Can I ask all members to make sure they mute their, are on mute so that there's no interference? Thank you. I'm sorry, you may proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so both of these projects have received project use power for 70 years. And during that 70-year period, their contracts have been modified and renewed multiple times. However, in 2017, both of these irrigation districts were informed that they would no longer be eligible for project use power and that their contract will expire this year, December 2020, and will not be renewed. Under the current project use power contract, power costs amount to about 2.5% of the irrigation district's total annual operating budget. If the project use power contracts are not renewed at the project use power rates, the Sydney and Kinsey power costs would consume 30 to 40% of their annual operating budgets. Losing the power project use power would not only induce negative economic impacts on these families, farmers, businesses, and workers, but it would also put both irrigation districts at risk of going out of business. Today, Kinsey and Sydney serve more than 130 family farms and irrigate nearly 12,000 acres of farmland in eastern Montana. My amendment resolves this issue, preventing the power costs from these projects from skyrocketing and overwhelming these systems, keeping these irrigation districts in business and ensuring our family farms continue to have access to irrigation. The fix would keep the status quo and would cap the project use power usage at current usage levels. Because of this, the legislation has had widespread support from 20 diverse groups, including the local power providers, the Montana Dakota Utilities Company, and the Lower Yellowstone Rural Electric Co-op. I urge you to adopt this amendment. I've also joined Representative Marshall from Kansas to offer an amendment regarding electronic logging devices on commercial trucks. Electronic logging devices are more Washington red tape that ties up our truckers and puts livestock and Montana livelihoods at risk. Cattle producers are struggling right now with low beef prices, and we don't want to make it harder for them to sell their cattle. Our amendment provides continued flexibility for cattle haulers to preserve livestock health and welfare and reduce the unnecessary burden this federal mandate pushes onto Montana small truckers, farmers, and ranchers. And finally, I wish to focus on port infrastructure. For too long, Governor Inslee in the state of Washington have unconstitutionally interfered with interstate commerce by subverting the 401 permit process of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to prevent construction of export terminals. I've joined with Mr. McKinley of West Virginia and Representative Cheney of Wyoming to offer an amendment to resolve this. Our amendment ensures that if Washington state refuses to follow the law, the permitting process would still move forward. This package of legislation is about improving America's infrastructure and getting America back to work. Building a port that will support good union jobs in Washington state and jobs across America should be a bipartisan winner. I thank you for your time today, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I see Mr. Cohen. You can proceed.
I'm here, I think. Can you hear me or see me?
I can see and hear
There
you.
I am. There I am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment that would amend the portion of the law that I appreciate transportation putting in that would limit the smaller airports that got an unbelievable windfall out of the CARES Act. There was a glitch in the way the Senate did the formula, and if an airport had no debt, even if it was a real small airport that only had $1 million or $2 million budget a year, they got $18 million. And so there were about, give or take, a dozen airports that had like $1 million to $4 million annual budget, but they got $18 million from the CARES Act. And there were other big airports that had hundreds of millions of dollars of budget, and they got about the same. That was wrong, and they said it was a problem in their formula. So what they did is they said you can only get, they limited it to $4 million, which was still a windfall beyond anything it should have been. And they told people, those airports, you can get the rest of your money, it's $14 million, after the 4 years if you come up with some type of a program where you're going to spend some money. And that's absurd because that wasn't where the money was supposed to go. It's supposed to go to the airports that maybe have debt because they're growing and need the money. And so this amendment, which in the bill, they don't let those airports get any money out of this money that's being appropriated. But my amendment would just make clear that they wouldn't get any of the monies that they said they might get over the $4 million, and no agreement, no promise, no policy based on the CARES Act money, in essence, would allow them to get any of this money at all. They got an unbelievable windfall. It was not right. It wasn't what was intended, but it happened. And so I just wanted to make clear that they're not going to get any money out of here. And I would hope the committee would approve that because this was just a big glitch by FAA. A big glitch on the shouldn't have gone there because it should have been based in our bill. All the money's based on the folks, the passengers you have, and passengers is a better criteria of what size airport and what type of monies you should get from the federal government, and not simply that you don't have debt. Some of these airports, I think, had a wind socket and a grass field. So I would ask that you approve the amendment. It's just a safeguard on logical appropriations of government monies.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Grothman? I see you.
So am I gone?
You have.
Now I gotta talk. Now I gotta talk it again.
Questions.
I will call you later, okay?
All right.
Bye. Okay.
I'm still on here, George. Okay. You can mute that.
Right, and you just make sure, everybody who's not.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but everybody who's not speaking, mute yourself so that we can hear Mr. Grothman. Thank you.
Can't hear you. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Now I can hear you. Okay, we've been before your committee, I think, last year on a similar sort of amendment. It concerns dams and building new dams. And as you know, over time in this country, we try to tear down the dams so that the fish can swim upstream. At least that's what we did in the DNR when I was a state legislator. And as far as I can see, it's a federal priority as well. And, you know, it's kind of amazing the degree to which we have so many more fish than we used to. But we have a problem on one of the dams in my district. Here, pull. We have a problem in that invasive species, if they put in a fish ladder, are going to go further upstream. They'll destroy all the lakes in northern Wisconsin. In the past, Mark Pocan has done this with me. He's very supportive. We want to talk about him. I guess he has a deal that he's not going to sign any amendments this time. He's got some other things going on. But it mirrors a bipartisan bill, HR 380, which just requires the DNR to consider the threat of invasive species when installing fishways. And it basically is brought to my attention because the Wisconsin River, which is the biggest river in the state, if they ever put a fishway on the dam near Prairie du Sac, you would have these invasive carp going all the way into northern Wisconsin, destroying the rivers, destroying the lakes. They may even work their way over to Lake Michigan and destroy the Great Lakes. So we just want to put it into statute that federal decision makers have to consider the threat of invasive species when they install a fishway. Is that a good thing? And if you don't believe me, Mark Pocan, I'll straighten you out.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'll now turn to Mr. Costa.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Rules Committee. I know you're busy and you've got a lot of amendments. For the record, I'd like unanimous consent to submit letters of support, beginning with 8 of my California colleagues who are supporting the amendment to HR 2, Congressman Cox, Garamendi, Harder, Panetta, Carbajal, Linda Sanchez, Tony Cardenas, and Lou Correa, that reflects Southern California, the Central Coast, and the San Joaquin Valley, because this legislation benefits all of California. And I might add 18 other states that have Bureau of Reclamation projects in them. Another letter of support by environmental organizations and others, Environmental Defense Fund, the Nature Conservancy, a host of water districts, as well as ag organizations that are also in support of the legislation. And finally, a letter from the governor's office, Secretary Wade Crowfoot, who is the Secretary of Resources, who believes this amendment to HR 2 would help out our efforts to deal with the challenges we have in California's long-term water needs. So without any objection.
Without objection. Without objection.
This legislation proposed amendment has broad support and no opposition that I am aware of. I want to thank Mr. Chairman, you and Ranking Member Cole and my colleagues on the Rules Committee. As you know, water is challenging, especially in the West, and California in particular is recovering from the worst drought in recorded history. Our water infrastructure is a combination of local, state, and federal projects built over the last 100 years, and it's aging. My amendment would provide critical funding to build resiliency and meet the federal government's obligation to communities that are served by the federal water infrastructure. This amendment would authorize $275 million for combination of habitat and ecosystem restoration, refuge and water development, acquisition and conveyance for environmental monitoring, which is one of the reasons that we've got good environmental support, $25 million for sustainable groundwater management practices. We in California passed 2 years ago at the state level, important landmark legislation that requires us to just over the next 10 years our overdraft to get our water use in balance. Provides $100 million for new water smart grants aimed at providing drinking water to disadvantaged communities. We have disadvantaged communities all over the country. These communities in this amendment are defined as one that has a median income of less than 80% of the state's median income, where water supply fails to meet the primary drinking water standards under the Safe Drinking Water Act. It would also authorize $400 million for repairs to water conveyance facilities necessary to carry out provisions with this amendment. There are also some other elements to the amendment to address clean drinking water and canal repairs. The amendment would increase efficiency and impact those goals by allowing more projects to qualify to targeted drinking water programs to communities who are in critical need of help. I had a small town in my district last Wednesday by the name of Dos Palos, 5,000 people, and they get their water 10 miles away from one of the canals that would benefit the California Aqueduct. It's a federal state project. The algae had built up so badly that in 102 and 104 degree temperatures last Wednesday and Thursday, Friday, the city's entire water system was shut down. We're now getting it back, but we've got a plan to build a new water system, and this would help significantly. It also would have a transformative effect on ecosystem impact by drought. We've lived off the investments our fathers and mothers and our grandparents made generations ago. This opportunity in the Moving Forward Act would make necessary investments to carry out in the future. And we shouldn't let this opportunity bypass us. Senator Feinstein supports this amendment as well. And I know of no opposition to the measure, and that's my testimony, Mr. Chairman. And I thank you for your time. And members of the committee.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perry? I don't see him. So, Mr. Woodall?
I am with you, Mr. Chairman.
You can testify. You have an amendment, I guess.
I do indeed, and you probably saw it when you were looking at things you wanted to make in order earlier. It is very similar to Mr. Courtney's amendment in that right now our perishable goods in the state of Georgia travel on state roads, and in many of our jurisdictions, the interstate highway system is the more direct and safer way to move. I heard your concerns about truck safety earlier. I share those concerns. And if we were going to pass a federal law to ban heavy trucks on the road, then we might not need this amendment. But the law as it exists today puts those heavy trucks in my neighborhood, in my school zone, moving around state roads that are narrower and built at a much earlier time than many of our state-of-the-art federal highway systems. Recognizing that not only is there a safety benefit from moving vehicles, traffic off of and out of school zones and onto major interstates, but there's also a perishability issue, whether you're talking about concrete hardening in the back of a concrete truck or strawberries spoiling on their way to market. There is an economic need to be able to move with great haste. Again, as Mr. Courtney said, I'm not talking about raising the weight limits of any vehicle that's on the road today. I'm talking about recognizing the vehicles that are on the road today, making sure that they are on the road in the way that is most safe for the families that travel those very same roads back home in our districts. I'm sponsoring this amendment. It's actually a piece of legislation that I have introduced with Sanford Bishop as my co-sponsor, and am offering just a cut and paste of that legislation as an amendment to this bill today. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, and let me see whether Mr. Perry is here with us or not. I don't see him, but I think everybody other than him that was scheduled on this panel have testified. Mr. Cole, do you have any questions or comments?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I hear you're looking for Mr. Perry unless you selected someone else yet.
Yeah, I don't, is Mr. Perry here? Oh, then, Mr. Perry, then you, oh, there you are, okay. Then you can testify. I didn't see
Well,
you.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. I'm going to testify on behalf of a few amendments that I have that I hope to have ruled and ordered and then in order. And then I would like to also testify on behalf of a couple other amendments from other members. So I'm going to start with Amendment 220. This amendment prohibits the provision of loans or loan guarantees for high-speed rail projects that are not in compliance with FRA Tier 3 safety standards. This would prohibit the highly controversial Texas Central Railroad high-speed rail project from receiving federal loans or loan guarantees. The project cost has gone from $10 billion to $30 billion, turning this project into the next California train disaster, at least financially. The company has repeatedly told the public and elected officials that this project would be privately funded. The company has since flip-flopped on that promise and is actively seeking taxpayer dollars. The company continues to face insurmountable hurdles before they can even begin construction of the project, including lacking financial feasibility, lack of eminent domain authority, failure to gain approvals from the Surface Transportation Board, potential safety and flooding issues, and near uniform opposition from local and state officials. There's simply no reason for Pennsylvania taxpayers, or quite honestly, any other taxpayer from across the country, to be on the hook for this failing project. I would also like to thank Representative Brady, Wright, Babin, Weber, and Flores for co-sponsoring this amendment, and I ask the committee to support it and protect their own taxpayers from liability from this, again, failing project. And moving on, Amendment 327. This amendment strikes Subtitle G of Title IV, requiring the Secretary of Treasury to assess and report on the utility of EPA's greenhouse gas reporting program data for the purpose of assessing a tax on greenhouse gas emissions. To be clear, the report required under this subtitle is the first step toward imposing a carbon tax that will massively increase the cost of electricity, gasoline, and every other consumer good. This tax scheme is inherently regressive as low-income individuals spend more of their income on their energy and transportation needs. Moreover, this will increase the cost of the production and transportation of all goods, every single one, increasing the price paid by consumers and increasing the overall cost of living. Again, disproportionately harming the poorest and most vulnerable Americans. It will also decrease after-tax wages and reduce the incentive to work. A November 2019 Tax Foundation study found that a $50 per metric ton carbon tax applied only to energy-related carbon emission would result in the loss of 421,000 full-time equivalent jobs. The impacts of the tax envisioned under Subtitle G will likely cause significantly more job losses as it extends beyond the energy sector. While this regressive, job-killing tax scheme is a bad idea during good economic times, it's absolutely unconscionable during the current economic crisis and simply must be stopped. At this time, I'd like to thank Representatives Kelly, King, Abraham, McKinley, Gosar, Byrne, and Gomert for co-sponsoring this amendment, and I urge the committee to support this amendment and protect all their taxpayers and citizens from this regressive tax scheme. Amendment 342. This amendment requires the EPA's Chesapeake Bay Program Office to conduct analysis to estimate the uncertainty of models used in carrying out the Chesapeake Bay program, which is reauthorized in this bill. This is a simple, good government measure that intends to improve our understanding of the water quality issues impacting the Chesapeake Bay and improving our ability to actually resolve these issues. It is also about ensuring that the Chesapeake Bay Program Office, the EPA, and the American people understand the uncertainties inherent in the modeling suite. Quite honestly, I don't even know why we're modeling. I don't know why we just don't get the data directly, but that's beside the point. The models play a central role in planning, implementing, and enforcing the cleanup efforts in the Bay watershed, and accounting for their uncertainty is essential to succeeding in our efforts, as it allows the models to be used to the degree of certainty they would actually provide. Estimating the level of uncertainty and providing this information in an open and transparent manner is vital to building the public support and confidence needed for the program to succeed. My constituents don't have any trust in it right now. They don't believe it, and there's no reason to believe it. These are the reasons why the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee has recommended 6 times, starting in 2005, for the office to conduct a formal uncertainty analysis. Most recently, in 2017, STAC recommended the shift to a more data-driven modeling approach elevates the need for a more comprehensive discussion of model performance and diagnostics, with some consideration of how the model uncertainties might affect decisions on load allocation. Now, the Chesapeake Bay Program Office has simply ignored these recommendations for 14 years with impunity. Let me tell you, folks, the fees that are being required by municipalities to comply, they can't be ignored. You go to jail or they take your property away. The fear of transparency and accountability at the office should be concerning to every single member of Congress. Simply requiring the office to comply with numerous STAC recommendations that improve our understanding of the Bay's water quality is not a partisan issue. Rather, it's a vital step necessary to ensure these cleanup efforts are successful. I urge this support of this amendment and ensure that we are working with the best information available when conducting Bay cleanup efforts. Amendment 383. This amendment prohibits Buy America waivers. So the waiver, the requirement for zero emission buses. So folks that want to use zero emission buses now want a waiver. And this amendment prohibits the waiver to Buy American. So you would have to buy American for a zero emission bus. It's vital to remind everyone that the phrase zero emission vehicle is a deceptive and misleading labeling practice, as it fails to account for the emissions related to energy intensive battery manufacturing processes and the power generation necessary to recharge the battery. This reality not only limits the net emissions reduction offered by a transition to these vehicles, it requires significant amounts of rare earth minerals necessary for battery production. Rare earth minerals that actually aren't rare. We make it infeasible for us to get them in this country from our own country, such that China has a stranglehold over the component mineral supply chains in the battery manufacturing industry, using even child labor to retrieve the minerals out of Africa. China is projected to supply around 2/3 of global battery demand in 2020, 2/3. The extremely energy intensive manufacturing process will be powered largely by coal well into the future. So just consider today, 70% of China's power is generated at coal-fired plants, and they will continue to generate over half of the nation's power through 2040, which, according to Mark Mills at the Manhattan Institute, means that over the lifespan of the batteries, there would be more carbon dioxide emissions associated with the manufacturing of them than would be offset by using those batteries to, say, replace the internal combustion engine. So they're actually not zero emission. They're actually more emissions. It's important to note that these projections likely underestimate the emissions in question, as they were published prior to China's recently announced plans to massively expand coal-generated capacity while cutting funding for renewables by 40%. There's simply nothing environmentally friendly about relying on Chinese batteries for zero-emission vehicles, and not to mention the national security implications. We simply should not be rewarding our enemies in the majority's pursuit of the Green New Deal. And I just urge your support in this amendment to ensure the bill does not further outsource our manufacturing base to China in pursuit of non-existent environmental benefits. And finally, speaking in favor of Amendment 273 from Representative LaMalfa, this bill strikes the changes to credit risk premiums for RIF loans. The underlying bill weakens the required credit risk premiums for RIF loans. This undermines these important taxpayer protections provided by these premiums and increases the likelihood of default on the loans. I don't know why we would do that. This is Railroad Rehab Investment Fund. This irresponsible provision, combined with the extension of RIF loans to passenger rail projects and high-speed rail projects, ensure that the RIF program will become a significant liability for taxpayers. I just don't know why we would reduce the requirement. Time after time, these projects have demonstrated a lack of financial viability and resulted in significant waste and abuse. Lowering the credit risk premiums creates a moral hazard that will decrease the financial responsibility of projects and lead to more federal funding being allocated to unrealistic projects like the California High-Speed Rail Project and the Texas Central Rail Project. Representative LaMalfa's amendment would strike this section and end the majority's efforts to remove taxpayer protections, and I urge support of this amendment. And finally, Amendment 355 from Representative Lesko. This amendment ensures that states who issue driver's license to illegal aliens do not receive federal highway funds. In 13 states and the District of Columbia, so-called green light laws allow illegal immigrants to obtain driver's licenses. Given that states automatically register people to vote when they apply for driver's licenses, this also opens up for significant potential for voter fraud. Moreover, we've seen states refuse to provide information to DHS from their motor vehicle databases, which actually undermines the purpose of Real ID and threatens the security of our nation. Increasing access to government services serves as a magnet to bring illegal immigrants to our nation. We simply must ensure states pay a price for their continued efforts to flout our nation's laws and undermine our own national security. I thank Representative Lesko for introducing this amendment and urge your support. With that, Mr. Chairman, I am honored to have the time to advocate for my amendments, and I yield back any time that I may have and stand ready for your questions.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank all those who testified. I don't really have any questions, although I probably should say for the record that I'm not only opposed to amendments that increase truck size and truck weights that are offered by Democrats, I also opposed to them when they're offered by Republicans as well. If a state is allowing trucks on state and local roads that exceed federal limits, and those roads are being damaged, the fix is not to move the damage to the interstate, it's to change the state and local limits to protect the roads and local motorists. The amendment that Mr. Woodall put forward defines vehicles hauling a perishable product or commodity so broadly that virtually anything could be exempted from federal weight limits. And the perishable consideration is designed to sound reasonable, but I think it's a red herring, quite frankly. If you need to ship more than 80,000 pounds of perishable goods, just use 2 trucks. It'll still get there in time, and it won't put the lives unnecessarily in danger in the process. Let me just say, maybe it's because I have sat down and talked to countless families who have lost loved ones to accidents that have been caused by big trucks, that I feel so strongly about this, but I really do, and I get it. I mean, everybody has a reasonable exemption they think they want to make, but if you keep on making exemptions, then you might as well just null and void any limits, because that's what will end up happening. And so I think I come down on this on the side of public safety very strongly. Anyway, I appreciate everybody's testimony. I have no questions. I'll yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, if he has any questions or comments.
Mr. Woodall.
What?
He stepped away, Mr. Woodall.
Oh, then Mr. Cole is no longer, I stepped away, so I'll yield to Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will comment on your response to the Woodall amendment, which was introduced to increase road safety and not diminish it. And I think that's an important
No, I know
an
that's
important concern.
I know that's the intention, but I think to me, anyway, my belief is that the result would be, it would make road safety more hazardous, but we'll agree to disagree.
Well, and I think that's exactly the reason you see these amendments here. We talked earlier about how the process in the Transportation Committee had not been as bipartisan as we'd hoped. You have Mr. Courtney here with an amendment that is favored in a bipartisan way. I'm here with an amendment that a bill has been introduced in a bipartisan way. Perhaps these win on the floor, perhaps they lose on the floor. But the time to have a debate about whether we're have an opportunity to improve road safety or not shouldn't be in the Rules Committee. It should be on the floor of the House, and I hope, but not just the Woodall Amendment, but the Grothman Amendments, the Perry Amendments, and the Hearn Amendments, Gianforte amendments. I hope we'll have a chance to make all of those in order. Again, they may lose on the floor of the House, but the process we've had up to this point, I would argue, has not been worthy of the world's most deliberative body, but the Rules Committee has an opportunity to correct that today, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Torres.
I have no comments. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Mr. Perry still part of our panel?
He's here.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about the Central Texas Railroad since you mentioned it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Burgess.
My understanding was that was being built with private investment, not with federal money. Is that, is your understanding different?
This amendment, my understanding is that is what has been told to the people of the country as well as people of the great state of Texas. But recently, or more recently, the company has been interested in taxpayer guaranteed loans for that project. And this amendment seeks to ensure that taxpayer loans are not available for that venture, as it was not ever envisioned to be financed by taxpayer guaranteed loans. And so this would be, they have changed their request, and this just seeks to keep them on track with what their original request was, which was to finance it wholly from the private sector and leave the taxpayers out of it.
Okay, I wasn't aware that the request had changed. So much of that project, and I recognize there's some concern on the part of some people, but it was a project that was envisioned to be built without federal money, and the land acquisition for that project really proceeded in a way that I thought was exemplary, in that they did not rely on condemnation. They worked with landowners and worked with the as far as placing the infrastructure in a place where it would be least intrusive on the landscape. So I just wouldn't want us to be doing anything that would interfere with what the original intent of the project was.
No intention, neither does this amendment, of interfering with the original intent. As long as the original intent, this amendment, even when passed and signed into law, will be irrelevant.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you. I see Mr. Cole came back. I don't know if you want to add anything, Mr. Cole?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter?
No, happy not to send any money to Texas on this project. So I'm happy with that. I yield back.
Ms. Lesko?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Raskin? Ms. Scanlon?
No questions.
Mr. Morelli? Ms. Shalala?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Matsui? Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for your testimony. You are now excused.
Recess without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. So I think the committee is going to stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. So I think we will vote on this vote right now, and then we will vote on the next vote right after that and then come back up here. I think that makes more sense. So hopefully that won't be more than about 15 minutes. So the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We want to go to our next panel. We have, it consists of Mr. Burgess, Mr. Graves, Mr. Crawford, and Mr. Cicilline. And so with that, I would happy to yield to Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment. It's amendment number 380 to HR 2. And this amendment raises the threshold of covered projects under NEPA to $1 billion and allows projects with marginal environmental impact to be excluded from NEPA review. So this amendment makes a modest change to the National Environmental Protection Act, or NEPA, to ensure strong environmental protections while modernizing NEPA to reflect the reality of today's projects. Beg your pardon.
Mr. Graves, can you turn your video on? There you go.
It does raise the NEPA minimum threshold from 200 million to 1 billion. Gives the Council on Environmental Quality the authority to grant exemptions to projects with little or no environmental impact. According to the American Action Forum, there are 148 projects valued at approximately $220 billion undergoing NEPA review in 2017. By raising the threshold to 1 billion, the federal government can focus its attention on reviewing and accelerating the larger products. By giving the Council on Environmental Quality the ability to exempt projects proven to have minimal environmental impact, important projects can move forward without delay. And I will tell you, I had a number of these in the district that I represent. The very first months that I was, after I was first elected, it was brought to my attention that we had roads that were so unsafe that we were losing multiple people. 6 people died in the first 6 months I was in office on Farmer Market Road 156 because of a problem with the shoulders on the road. Look, the road was already there. It wasn't like we were going to cut the buffalo herds in half again. There were no snail darters along the route, and it only made sense to proceed with, from a safety perspective, to proceed with that. And yet it took an unreasonable amount of time to go once again through the NEPA process. So this is a common sense amendment I'd urge support to amendment number 380 to HR 2.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graves?
Wait, no, not so fast.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I also want to just mention on the Mr. Wahlberg's amendment that he presented on. It's a good amendment, and it adds mode of transportation, the criteria for collection of data on traffic stops. I think that's something that we should support. I think there is a good reason to do that. And as chairman, co-chairman of the Motorcycle Caucus, I support Mr. Wahlberg in that amendment. And then finally, Mr. Balderson has amendment number 250 to HR 2, which strikes the term lane splitting in section 5304 of the transportation bill and inserts descriptive language to better account for varying state laws. Section 5304 of HR 2 establishes a study on safe interactions between automated vehicles and road users. For many who operate a motorcycle, it's an efficient mode of transportation. And one component of this includes studying motorcyclists and bikers and operating in close proximity to vehicles, including lane splitting. This amendment provides a more descriptive definition of lane splitting to operating between lanes of slow or stopped traffic in order to better account for this type of activity. Ensuring this study fully examines all road users will facilitate safe deployment of automated vehicles, and I urge that the amendment be made in order. And now I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have cut you short. I didn't mean to. Mr. Graves?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today, and I want to commend all of your patience. I know, I think I saw 380 amendments on this bill, so I commend the Rules Committee for their patience in making it through all of this. And again, thanks for the opportunity. We have, I believe it's 10 amendments filed, some ourselves and some with other members, many of them bipartisan, including the one I wanted to highlight for you. It's amendment number 288. The base text of the bill on page 1116, I believe, includes $10 billion in funding for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, $10 billion for construction. What our amendment does is it simply clarifies that The 10 billion is available for all authorized Corps of Engineer projects. And Mr. Chairman, I think you're aware that Corps of Engineer projects have to be separately authorized for construction after the Corps of Engineers goes through an engineering, an economic, and an environmental analysis. That report is transmitted to the Congress. The Congress then determines to authorize or not authorize that project for construction. As drafted, the language potentially excludes a major construction component, which is known as the Mississippi River and Tributaries Program, which of course is the tributaries everywhere from Minnesota down to the mouth of the Mississippi and Louisiana. It includes many, many rivers, thousands of miles of rivers. And so this just clarifies eligibility. It does not wall off any penny of money. Under the provision, the Corps of Engineers could determine that all 10 billion goes elsewhere. There are numerous projects under the Mississippi River and Tributaries account. And so I want to say it again, it does not wall off any money. All it does is it makes the Corps of Engineers look at all eligible construction projects before determining how they're going to allocate that $10 billion in their work plan. And so I urge adoption of that amendment. I would be happy to answer any questions. I understand that the Parles have potentially identified a clause 4 concern, which is why I was so emphatic about this not walling off any money. And as soon as I break from here, I'm going to get back on the phone with the Parles, who I just hung up with, to come testify to make sure that we're all on the same page, because we don't have any desire to wall off or do anything that suggests that this money is being walled off. It simply makes all projects that are authorized by Congress for construction through the Corps of Engineers eligible, and the Corps would make that determination.
Thank you very much. Mr. Crawford, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I have 3 amendments. I'll start with this first one. I believe it's number 59. Is that right? Or is it number 303? At any rate, it is pertaining to state-owned enterprises from the Chinese Communist Party. Last year, Congress passed a landmark bill, Transportation Infrastructure Vehicle Security Act, or what we refer to as TIVSA, to ban federal funds from being used to purchase rolling stock from Chinese state-owned enterprises, or SOEs, or their supported companies. An additional threat has since surfaced. Buses manufactured by Chinese SOEs, ostensibly made in the U.S., but really assembled from shrink-wrapped parts made in China. Companies like Build Your Dreams, that's the actual name of the company, are aiming to flood the American market by undercutting domestic manufacturers. Chinese SOE bus manufacturers have ties to the Chinese military, Huawei, ZTE, and other bad actors, and pose a potential cyber threat to transit riders. This amendment expands the initial TIVSA protections to include buses and protect American industries from SOEs and unfair market practices.
Do you have additional amendments, or?
I do have, I've got a couple more.
Right ahead, yeah.
Okay, this one is 265, 269, has to do with the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Program, or CRISI. It's been an immensely successful program for increasing rail safety across the country. As an example, last year my hometown received a CRISI grant to build a new rail loop in the industrial spur, preventing trains from having to reverse down miles of track. It's small projects like this that CRISI has proven to be most successful at. HR 2 needlessly creates a set-aside of 50% of total funding to cover projects of $100 million or more, even though CRISI has never previously focused on or catered to projects of such magnitude. The 2 amendments I have, 265 and 269, which eliminate and have the set-aside respectively. CRISI is doing too much for underserved communities currently to be gutted by this new mandate. And then the third one, 284, the underlying bill authorizes RIF credit risk premium payments, but only for public applicants. This is a positive step as RIF fails to maximize its authorized potential. Shortline railroads like the North Louisiana and Arkansas that serve my district serve as a critical linchpin across the country for an industry to connect the national transportation network. Expanding eligibility for CRP payments to short lines and other private applicants will ensure that RIF, a program created to assist short lines, will finally meet its intended purpose, and my amendment does exactly that. The Build America Bureau and this administration have leveraged programs like RIF to revolutionize rural infrastructure, and this amendment will help build on those successes across the country.
And is that it, Mr. Crawford?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, those are the amendments that I have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole and distinguished members of the Rules Committee. I come before the committee in support of my amendment to H.R. 2, the Moving Forward Act, of which I'm proud to be a co-sponsor. The Moving Forward Act will invest $1.5 trillion in modern, sustainable infrastructure while creating millions of good-paying jobs, which is critical to address the economic downturn caused by COVID-19. The amendment that I'm offering would establish an interagency innovative materials standards task force, which would issue a report to Congress with findings on how best to utilize new innovative materials and technologies in future infrastructure projects. These innovative materials are used to enhance the overall service life, sustainability, and resiliency of a project. For example, composites, which are when two different materials are combined to create a stronger material, have been proven to be less susceptible to weather corrosion compared to more traditional construction materials. The task force would help identify barriers to a broader adoption of materials such as composites. This task force would be chaired by the director of the National Institute of Standards and Technology and would be composed of the heads of federal agencies responsible for significant civil infrastructure projects, including the administrator of the Federal Highway Administration. In order to ensure that our infrastructure is more resilient and sustainable, it's critical that we encourage the utilization of new technologies and materials while creating good-paying jobs. The creation of this task force will advance the study and deployment of projects that utilize cutting-edge materials and techniques which can help speed construction and improve resilience to corrosion. I thank the chairman and ranking member for their efforts to rebuild our nation's crumbling infrastructure and urge adoption of my amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cicilline. I thank all the witnesses. I have no questions, but let me ask if anyone else says, Mr. Cole.
No, Mr. Chairman, I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Woodall,
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Torres. Let's see here, okay. Mr. Burgess.
I have no further questions, just really urge the committee to make amendment number 380 in order.
Okay. Mr. Perlmutter.
No, just thank the witnesses and yield back.
Ms. Lesko.
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, does that mean no questions?
No questions.
Okay. Ms. Scanlon.
No questions. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli.
No questions, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Shalala. Ms. Matsui. No questions? Okay. All right. Okay. Are there any other members who wish to testify on HR 2? Seeing or hearing none, this closes the hearing on the Moving Forward Act. And so the rule is not quite ready, although my hope is that it's almost ready. And so I'm going to urge people to just stick close by, maybe, hopefully it's not gonna be that long, but we'll work with the minority on a time, but we're just waiting for a couple of outstanding issues to be resolved. And I'm hoping and praying that it will be fairly soon. So stick around with at most a 20-minute notice. But we'll work with the minority to figure out whatever is convenient.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Does this mean I'm free to go to 152 for a cigar?
Yes, you are. You can
All
go.
right, thank you.
But make it, don't make it a big cigar. Just make it. So without objection, the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. I know some people are still on their way back, but I think we should proceed so we can get out of here before the next vote. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to the committee report a structured rule for consideration of HR 2, the Moving Forward Act. The rule provides 2 hours of general debate on the bill, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee print 116-54 modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. Section 2 of the rule provides that following general debate, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable by 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 2, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part C of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 3, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part D of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 5 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 4, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part E of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 6 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 5, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part F of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 7 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 6, it shall be in order for the ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part G of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designee, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 8 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 7, each further amendment printed in Part H of the Rules Committee report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 9 of the rule provides that prior to the offering of an amendment en bloc pursuant to Sections 2 through 7, the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee may designate amendments that shall not be considered as part of the amendment en bloc. The rule provides that any amendment designated pursuant to Section 9 shall be in order after consideration of the further amendments printed in Part H, if offered by a member designated in the Rules Committee report, shall be debatable for 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against amendments en bloc described in Sections 2 through 7 and the further amendments described in Sections 8 and 9. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions.
So, did everybody hear that? You want Mr. Morelli to read it a second time? So you've heard the motion from the gentleman from New York. Is there any amendment or discussion?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I would like him to read it a second time.
Would you like him to?
No, I won't, but you probably should read it because you should really think about what we're getting ready to do here tonight. Let me make a bold prediction. We have 4 Democratic en bloc amendments. They're all going to pass. We've got 1 Republican en bloc amendment. It's going to fail. We have 1 bipartisan that you got to pick what was in, and so it will probably pass too. And we've got 3 individual amendments. So this is a total travesty. And let me remind everybody here that this is a transportation bill. We've passed 3 in a row in my time in Congress, maybe more in yours, Chairman, I don't know. They were always bipartisan. They were always done, in a negotiated way. We haven't had any of that. So yeah, this is a pretty bad process in my view. And it's not remotely fair to the minority. And I guess the only comfort we'll have is it's certainly not going to become law. And I don't think that's been the intention of the majority, is to create law, because you wouldn't set up a totally partisan process. Every time you've done that, it's either been to make a point or for some negotiating thing. It's not been so the bill would become law. So this bill won't become law, but the process that we're doing is doing great violence to one of the few areas that's been traditionally bipartisan, no matter who is in power over the last number of years. So not surprisingly, Mr. Chairman, I will be moving for an open rule. Let me just point out for the record, appreciate the number of amendments that were made in order. Almost 400 were offered, but 217 were completely blocked. And I would argue the others are arranged in a predetermined pattern. If anybody thinks the House is going to be working its will here, I think is sadly misinformed. This is their Democratic leadership working its will. And frankly, they hijacked a process that's normally bipartisan and made it very partisan. So I think the only way to correct that is to have an open rule, let every member bring their amendments to the floor, and let's see if we can actually get back to what we used to do, which is pass transportation bills in a bipartisan way. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move for an open rule.
I thank the gentleman. And let me just say this, I take his point. But I'm just going to say for the record that we're in the middle of a pandemic. And proceeding with an open rule, quite frankly, I don't think would be particularly responsible, because we'd be here for 2 years debating these amendments. One of the blocks has a number of bipartisan amendments in it as well, I should point out. So there is, and look, in a perfect world, this is not the way I would like to bring any bill to the floor. And I don't like the idea of us being in the position of deciding what the en blocs are. But let me just, I think, and let me just speculate that I think more Republicans' amendments are in order, because we actually put together some of these en blocs than would have been if we left it up to the relevant chairs. I just say that they're just a speculation. But I take the gentleman's point. We're trying to do the best we can in the middle of a situation where, quite frankly, it takes us an hour plus to vote on every amendment. So in any event.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the system that you set up here, when you're voting this many en bloc, you can always say, well, I didn't vote against that. I voted against this. I mean, you're literally letting members escape responsibility for individual votes. And again, we basically decided at a leadership level, probably in the speaker's office, I don't know where, but what's going to pass and what's going to not. And anybody who thinks there's a real choice on the floor, that's just not true. It's not going to be that way. Now, if that's the way you want to proceed, we saw that with the police bill. We've seen that with a lot of bills.
The alternative could have been a closed rule, and maybe that would have been preferable. But we thought.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I failed to see the difference.
Okay.
For practical terms, there's not much difference. But anyway, yield back. I'm sorry.
No, I hear you. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, if I could speak on the Cole Amendment for a moment.
sure, Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has actually done the calculation on how many Democrat amendments were made in order, how many Republican, but it really does look skewed to me and we just got the document to read through, so I'll admit I haven't spent a lot of time studying it, but it just seems to be so lopsided that it just defies gravity. So I think Mr. Cole is exactly right. This should be an open rule, and I would certainly support his motion.
Well, I appreciate that from the gentleman, but it's hard to take it, to heart, given the fact when the gentleman was in the majority, he presided over the most closed rules in the history of the Congress. So I point that out for the record. But in any event, further discussion on the Cole Amendment. Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Oh,
The chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you once again continue to win the voice vote, so I'm going to have to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been asked for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings. Perez. Mr. Perlmutter.
no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala.
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall.
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Did you get my
Mrs. Lesko recorded?
aye?
So is not recorded. Mrs. Lesko, aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Where is Mrs. Lesko?
Yeah, we need you on
Sitting to
screen.
my immediate right.
All right. Well, I mean, we have, okay, there you are. Okay, just,
Here I am.
thank you.
Aye.
Clerk, report the
Thanks.
total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments.
Chairman?
Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 150 by Mr. Garcia to HR 2. Amendment reauthorizes subtitle J of Title 3 of the Public Law 114-322 through the fiscal year 2028. Obviously, a lot of these provisions are California-centric, if you will. But extending the reclamation provision actually helps reclamation states. That actually includes my own. So it has a much broader application than just California. And I'd point out, since the passage of the WIN Act, there's been bipartisan agreement that we won't pick and choose our favorites or the most politically feasible projects. But we'll take a sort of all of the above process, the water supply reliability throughout the West. This is a really good amendment. It supports storage, water recycling, desalination, all of which have a critical place. None of this is particularly partisan. I think we've learned even when it comes to water management, it's that we need more options, not fewer. So I think this amendment does it, and I would like us to consider it. I move that amendment, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the there's also significant opposition to this. Concerns that would undermine the Endangered Species Act, among other things. But in any event, you've heard the gentleman's amendment. Discussion? If not, the vote is on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No. Be the chair, the
Well,
noes.
here's two of you, Mr. Chairman. You and Perlmutter come through. But again, on that, I'm going to ask, if I may, for recording.
Roll call vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings. Mrs. Torres. Mr. Perlmutter.
No, and I just drown everybody else out.
That may be true.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala.
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mrs. Lesko?
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, and that amendment was not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Cole.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 168 offered by Mr. Calvert to HR 2. The amendment eliminates certain restrictions in constructing additional lanes and capacity on the national highway system. This is a classic case, Mr. Chairman, of Washington deciding one size fits all and what's best for the state. In this case, we have local authorities that ought to be making these decisions. That's all Mr. Calvert asked for. And frankly, I know he asked for it in a state that's controlled by Democrats, Democratic government, Democratic legislature. So those things may or may not work out. But I really do think we're taking a role here that we should more appropriately leave to the governors of states for them to decide the best use of this money in their particular state and their particular traffic situation. So I think there's considerable merit to Mr. Calvert's suggestion. I would move that we give it a separate standalone vote.
Thank you. You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the voters on the Cole amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? In unison?
No.
No. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, there might have been enough there, given that kind of cascading, but I'm not 100% sure, so I would ask that for a recorded.
The recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mrs. Torres? Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli? No. Ms. Shalala?
No.
Ms. Shalala? No. Ms. Matsui?
No.
Ms. Matsui? No. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mrs. Lesko?
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 192 offered by Mr. Davis of Illinois. His amendment would streamline and consolidate the federal permitting process. Anyone who knows Mr. Davis knows he's not trying to short circuit the process, but he is trying to speed it up in the name of getting more bang for their buck. He has support across the spectrum in terms of stakeholders, from renewable energy interests to chambers of commerce to labor unions and beyond. Again, we're not talking about ending a permitting process. We're just talking about streamlining that process. I believe we have enough votes to make this happen, but we won't know unless he can have it heard on the floor. So I move that we add that amendment to the list.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the voters on the Woodall amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. No.
No.
Neither chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, as much as it hurts my feelings, could you put my friends on the record voting against me here?
Would be happy to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mrs. Torres? Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
With all due respect, no.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli? No. Ms. Shalala?
No.
Ms. Shalala? No. Ms. Matsui?
No.
Ms. Matsui? No. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mrs. Lesko?
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Chairman, I also have an amendment to the rule to make an order, my amendment, number 378 to HR 2. I know when we discussed it during the hearing, you said you felt equal contempt both for my amendment and the Courtney amendment. And I saw in your wisdom, the Courtney amendment made it in. Didn't just make.
That's bad staff work.
In fairness, it did make it in, not to the en bloc, but where it was going to get special particular consideration. Again, I know these are issues where reasonable people who are all advocating for safety can disagree. But in this case, what we are doing is making an order for the state of Connecticut, sponsored by entirely Democratic members, an opportunity to improve their road safety. And a very similar amendment made an order in offered as a bill in a bipartisan way by Georgia, not given that consideration. And I know you can understand the concern that the partisan amendment would be made in order and the very similar bipartisan amendment would not. So I ask that we make amendment number 73 in order.
Yeah, well, I thank the gentleman. Thank you for pointing out that that this is a standalone measure. By the way, one that I strongly oppose. This is not about safety. This is about making our roads less safe. And your amendment, I think we just got it today. As I mentioned, I strongly oppose that as well. So I think what we need to do is we need to err on the side of safety and not on the side of special interests or special exceptions. And so I would urge a no vote on the Woodhull amendment.
Would the gentleman recognize me further?
Absolutely.
I am concerned by the suggestion that this amendment is about special interests and not about safety.
Well, I do not believe that bigger trucks and heavier trucks on the road lead to safety, no matter where you put them, whether on state roads or on federal roads. They will be on state roads. And again, I think from a public safety point of view, any state, including Connecticut, moving in the direction they're moving in is a bad idea, and it's not safe for the people on the road.
It was not lost on me that the largest truck weights Mr. Courtney mentioned were made legal by the state of Massachusetts. We do not allow trucks that heavy to ride on Georgia roads. But I will.
You refer to something that was grandfathered in the late 1960s. But the bottom line is, the answer is not bigger trucks. The answer is to respect the national weight limits.
Well, just three quick things, Mr. Chairman, because I know my colleagues will see this again. Number one, as you say, it's not going to be bigger trucks. It's the same trucks that are already on the road, but instead of driving through the school zone, they'll be on the interstates. I believe that's safer. Number two, this is a bill that combines speed limiter requirements. As you will see if you've read my amendment, it requires that all of these vehicles be governed by activated and working speed limiters that are set at the maximum speed of whatever the local or federal road is that they are on. That's unprecedented in terms of federal action in this area, again, going to make the roads safer. And finally, you're absolutely right. It was a late amendment, and the committee in its wisdom has seen in order to make seen in its wisdom to make an order the amendments of two other Republican members, Graves and Heiss, that were submitted late. But 21 Democratic amendments that were submitted late made the cut. And so again, I've got a bipartisan idea here that I believe will make the roads safety. I won't hold it against you if you vote against me on the floor, but I sure would like a chance to advocate on behalf of the families seeking more safety back home in my district. And I yield back.
Yeah, well, thank you. But there's a difference between a little late and 4 days late. And by the way, I strongly disagree with you that this will make families safer. In fact, public safety advocates from all across the country are opposed to the very measures that you are proposing here. So with that, I would urge a no vote. The vote is on the Woodhull amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The chair's noes have it. Want a roll call?
I don't need a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
The amendment's not agreed.
Oh, the amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Raskin.
My group is supposed to go vote now. Should I go vote and come back?
No, why don't you stay here? Let's get this done, and then we all go to vote together.
Good.
All right, we'll make sure the floor knows that we're meeting here.
Great.
So, further amendments. Mr.
Yes,
Woodall,
Mr.
you all
Chairman.
set? Mr. Burgess.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment, number 380 to HR 2.
Okay,
Amendment to the rules, move the committee make an order, grant the necessary waivers in order for amendment number 380, offered by myself to HR 2. As you'll recall, this amendment makes modest changes to the National Environmental Protection Act to ensure strong environmental protections, yet modernizing NEPA to reflect the reality of today's projects. It raises the NEPA minimum threshold from 200 million to 1 billion and grants exemptions to projects with little to no environmental impact. This is a common sense amendment. It simply brings us into the 21st century. And I really, like Mr. Woodall, you may want to defeat it on the floor tomorrow, but I think we should at least give the body a chance to have it heard.
thank you. And this was a memo I think we just got today, so I don't even know what the committee thinks about this. But in any event, I would urge a no vote. Any other discussion on the Burgess amendment? The vote now is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Any of the chair, the noes have it.
I would ask for a roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Promoter,
No.
Mr. Promoter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala,
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui,
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall,
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko,
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
We're going on the floor. Sorry, Mrs. Let's go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 355 offered by myself, Mrs. Lesko, to HR 2. This amendment ensures that states who issue driver's licenses to illegal aliens do not receive federal highway funding.
You heard the amendment from the gentleman. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Lesko amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
Any of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call, please.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
Norma, you got on mute.
Torres, no.
Torres, no. Mr. Promoter,
No.
Mr. Promoter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala,
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui,
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall,
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko,
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total. Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule.
Okay.
I move that the committee make an order amendment number 356 offered by myself, Mrs. Lesko, to HR 2. This amendment repeals the excise tax on heavy trucks and trailers through 2021. On average, the tax adds between $12,000 and $22,000 to the final sale price of a new truck and delays fleet turnover of newer, cleaner, higher fuel efficiency trucks. The tax, believe it or not, was implemented first just after World War I to help pay of the war, and it's still being paid. Over the last 100 years, the tax has increased from 3% to 12%. A bill with similar language, H.R. 2381, has 33 co-sponsors, 21 of which are Republican, 12 of which are Democrat, so a bipartisan bill. Representative Colin Peterson's office was interested in co-sponsoring this amendment, but did not get an answer back to us in time. The trucking associations are supportive of this repeal of the excise tax. The repeal is bipartisan, as shown by Representative LaMalfa's bill, H.R. 2381, and should be put into a manager's amendment and passed. Well, I guess it's too late for the manager's amendment, but I would like it in have amendment and passed. Mr. Chair, I also ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a coalition letter that in support of my amendment, and a survey by the American Truck Association.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The vote now is on the Lesko amendment. All those in favor
Mr.
say
Chairman, I would just like to speak on that. I think that's an excellent amendment. I so appreciate the gentlelady bringing it to us. This is a tax that's been in place since the end of World War I. And it is at a time when we need things that will be stimulative to the economy. This seems like a common sense way to approach it. So I thank Ms. Lesko for bringing the amendment. I look forward to supporting it.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, the voters on the Lesko amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, no.
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 Noes have it.
I ask for a roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala,
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui,
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall,
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko,
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Hearing none, the vote is on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. All those in favor say aye. All those aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Thank you, the chair. The ayes like really have it. So
Mr. Chairman,
the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, on that I request the yeas and nays.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
You gotta unmute Norma.
Sorry, I keep forgetting. Aye.
Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Perlmutter,
Aye.
Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin,
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon,
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli,
Aye.
Mr. Morelli, aye. Ms. Shalala,
Aye.
Ms. Shalala, aye. Ms. Matsui,
Aye.
Ms. Matsui, aye. Mr. Cole,
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall,
No.
Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess,
No.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mrs. Lesko,
Nay.
Mrs. Lesko, no. Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
And the motion is agreed to, and Mr. Morelli will carry it for the majority.
Mr. Chairman, the ever eloquent Mr. Woodall will speak for the Republic.
Wonderful. Anyway, so that concludes the Rules Committee business for today. I thank everybody for their patience. I especially thank the staff and
Chairman,
yes.
do you expect us to meet any more this week?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you expect us to meet any more this week?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
I was gonna, Don just said, dear God, I hope not. With that, the Rules Committee stands adjourned.